Okay, ladies and gentlemen, patch day, Warlock with the screen clears perfected today. Messing around with the beauty again of the apocalypse. Trying out some different things like adding bombardment to the fray for a bit more juicy clears, among other things. So I'll have to see that. We're going to do like the jumpy version, and we're going to call the other one probably the bumpy version, where it's all about causing some bonus havoc. Should work. See about that. And we have some new tricks up our sleeves, some new gear to grind, some new items to craft. The planner for the barbarian is out, by the way, in case you missed it. So that one is absolutely cooking now. We're gonna have a goddamn good day. Okay. So main thing about this is we made the whole build a bit more tanky, and we're gonna be pulling maybe even out some defense just for bonus tankiness, because why not, right? Since end of the day, if you're dead, you can't do damage. So surprise, right? And we're sitting already at our maximum trillions of awesomeness, so that one works really well. We got our bonus bombardment into the build now for the main reason that we're trying to get like the stacks for the apocalypse faster. That is kind of a little stick that actually works. Like you activate this aura, right, and it just shoots out demons around you in a circle. Quite sufficient, quite useful. Why is the stream vertical? You might notice in front of the name of the stream it says vertical. So you're pretty much in the actual vertical stream. That's why it's vertical. Master Yoda, sorry for the late start. I had to send off the family first. Oopsie doopsie. I had to send off the family first. They are on a little trip. And I'm here home alone doing things with my builds. You know how it is. Getting busy with it. Unfortunate deathy, but I guess when you're like walking straight into the opponents, you're supposed to die. Still though, annoying. I don't like to die like that. Watching your old POT leak starts. Hype for 05. I'm absolutely hyped for 05. I'm waiting for the patch notes, right? So, Yonko, no build ideas before the patch notes. As soon as the patch notes drop for 05, we'll pretty much do a stream where we go over the patch notes and compare everything together, like talk about all the ascendancies, like, you know, just like do our due diligence then with everyone in Tau and try to do a little deep dive. It's going to be interesting because these like kind of pre-league deep dives for Path of Exile are really interesting, as it just in Path of Exile matters a bit more what you're league starting with, right? I mean, in Diablo, like, who cares what you play with as your first, right? But in Path of Exile, it's a bit different because it determines how easy you have access to the economy, right? How quick you're getting through the early things. So that's definitely a differentiator in the two games and how they play and how things vibe. I do just get absolutely demolished. That's something to certainly do keep in mind. Do still some more abilities to level up, as you can see here, especially like my critical strike abilities. Put that up. The Zucker build looks interesting, but I'm league starting with my trusty. Probably, yeah, Master. Especially since they're new crossbows and new crossbow uniques too, right? Is the build online? We have the planner online, yes. There might be changes coming today. So, Samet, the planner is as is right now. But due to like the nature of the beast, we might be like bringing the one or the other different thingy to bear, right? Because we still have to try out a lot of things, and I want to like make it even more tanky. So yeah, I won't promise that it stays this way exactly, as I just don't know. We'll see. We'll craft some new items today. We'll try to make the perfect weapon with a gem multiplier as well. That's going to be sick. I can't wait for it, to be honest. Meanwhile, while trying to get our goddamn legendary seal, I also get boots with 4 ranks to occult skills. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, considering that Apocalypse has a 4,000 damage multiplier and 4 more ranks are like 300%. Yeah, you saw that correct. It's 3,896. And if I put them off, it's 3,596. That's 300% bonus damage just from the boots. Boom. What the fuck? I mean, the same goes for my amulet. I thought the 4 ranks to occult skills weren't that hot. But you know what? I'm wrong. The 4 ranks to occult skills are quite hot. Okay, I need to do some Hell Titan, I guess. Oh, Hell Titan not available. How sad. Ash, very good day to you. Thank you for the 11 months of support. Hope you're doing well. Were Blizzard fixes bugs that brought bugs? Oh, absolutely. I mean, Blizzard just fixed bugs, but then they brought like new bugs, and now Sork seems to have it really bad. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Right. So not having it too hot right now. Okay, we want to make like 2 versions of this build, by the way. We want to make a hit pushing version, boss killing version, and then we want to make a bumpy version. That's essentially there to just jump through areas and be an absolute menace. I think that's going to work like really well for the grand scheme of things. Ooh, would you look at that? Ta-da. I'm having a day off trying to get D4, but there's a problem logging in. Really, Hubby? I'm just logged in. I haven't had any problems today so far. Might be a you thing. Not sure. Haven't noticed. They ruined Sword for now. Ball of Lightning lost all its core skill attack. Oh, that makes sense. So if you had like your runes with core skills on, then you just literally get kicked in the face. Wow. Yeah, okay, so I can imagine that being absolutely upsetting. That's definitely not something you want to lock into and just be like, damn. Have you seen the Bleed Lunatic build? The Bleed Lunatic build is bugged. Currently, the aspect of this visceration. So I know what build you're talking about. It's the build I wanted to make after the patch. It's with the aspect of mutilation. And the basic plan was that the bombardment skill would now cause aspect of mutilation to go crazy. The problem is that we just can't the fuck do that. Because if you do that with the aspect, like, you know, the aspect of this visceration now kind of over triggers and causes like an infinite trigger that's actually broken. Now, you could have used this for the time being, but we all know that's most likely going to get nerfed and altered again because clearly it's not intended to work that way. So, yeah, not sure what to think, you know, tell you about that, but it's clearly not going to stay that way. I mean, that's not the intended mechanic behind that, right? But I guess you understood that too. So, we need an anathema of the Prime's charm. Thank you very much. Why? Very simple. Let me show you. So this is now, I'm going to save this under the Hellfire. Yeah. So we're going to overwrite this, and I'm going to rename this as the APOC push. And then we're going to have to re-overwrite the fracture. But this one's going to be different because we're going to, instead of having the bombardment now, we're going to add the rampage. And it's going to be the rampage, and we're also going to rewire the Banished Lord's Talisman to the Anathema Primes, and that's going to be the override to the APOC jump, because we need 2 versions of this build, one for bumping, one for jumping. What we also need is a Starless purple one with not lucky hit chance. Can I make? I mean, what gives, right? Well, Not a single interesting thing was recorded during the recording of this recording. So we're gonna get rid of the Hellfire resistance thingy for now. Yeah. And then get that Ring of Starless Skies leveled up. Why are we playing the Ring of Starless Skies? It helps a bit with the resource shenanigans that we're doing. So I kind of like the idea behind it. Also, that attack speed could help to bump things out further. It's mainly for the crit chance, because the massive crit chance that you get from the item is just nutty. I mean, we don't have to talk about that, right? How good having the crit chance is. Heading into tier 9, still haven't found the aspect of mutilation dropped in legendary piece. Is it more common on one piece equipment piece? If you want to get the aspect of mutilation badly, you should roll focuses. So that is more common to actually have offensive aspects, because it has the least of other fringe aspects that it could be having. So that's that. Okay, Apoc Jump is override. Then we're going to go back to Apoc Push and equip also the ring. Override. And then equip the Apoc Jump again. Good. We gotta put a...
Stones to cut, gems to set.
Have it in there. It is Starless Wrath is your problem. I mean, so we play a rune for crits, my friend. It says crits give you Wrath. And if you hit multiple opponents, your Wrath is instant full. It's like bob, 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 bob. So it goes super fucking quick. It's really amazing, actually. So that's how we actually flip our Wrath. The basic idea right now is my Rampage is turned into... See, like, I can do this, and my Wrath cost goes down. Okay, very useful. The basic plan is that I can use Rampage as a Wrath jumping skill. Because, like, with a Ring of Starless Skies, we're going to reduce the whole thingy. And then I can jump around with that, and I can hire my Wrath. So I'm, like, trying to create this more mobile, agile character that still does tons of damage, right? As you can see here, like, we get the crit. Look at my thing go back up. That's, like, simply from... that's simply from hitting crits. Gives me thingies back. So very, very easy. And then we just have, like, the infinite Wrath to just jump and bump around. Others crits, yeah, it's the rune here. It's called Wrath itself. It also boosts your crit chance, so it's actually worth it. Here, it's Wrath. It's critical strokes, generous Wrath. And since you're putting down so many chains, it just works perfectly, right? It's like, it's a really useful, very handy, quite something you should actually be using, if I'm honest with you. Okay, already teleporting back because I just finished the Slaying of the Blood Maiden. It was pretty quick. All right. Are you going to update your Necro build for endgame items? I mean, it's pretty much done for, sir. I'm not sure what you would like to have upgraded there. However, there is an update with Glyn's Anvil, in case you missed it. So Glyn's Anvil now allows you to get even more tanky. So we did certainly do Glyn's Anvil, though. So yeah, that's correct, actually. That has weapon damage. Gotta keep this because I gotta still craft like more items with this one. Currently, we're looking for a weapon damage one with something on it. Shadow damage multiplier, willpower. Oh, it's, by the way, double thingies, chat. It's double Tree of Whisper again, currently. Just that you're aware. Steven, thank you for the Aldrich gift subscription. Steven, that's very kind of you. DeLorean, also good to see you there. DeLorean, pleasure. Appreciate you too for being here. No more ads for you, DeLorean. Well, sometimes, you know, you gotta save yourself from the pesky intrusion. Appreciate it, my friend. Also, happy Father's Day for the Germans under you. And for the non-Germans, I guess, like, just take it, right? As you can see, we have 2 movement abilities for this build when we're out in the wild. And that makes it like feel so much more agile, because before the problem with Apocalypse was it's often like a rather cumbersome kind of build, right? That lumbers just over the area. But I don't want to, I want to jump over these, like, things like this, right? I want to then just dash forward another time. Like, I want to be able to just fly. Oh, Crux of the False Prophet! What? Like, I have found 3. I have 4 in total now. I mean, by the way, like, chat, since we finished yesterday, look at that. 3,200 Forgotten Souls are waiting for me. Just need to claim it and we're good to go. Because we killed this morning for the Barbarian build. I killed Torment 12 Mephisto. I made the Barbarian killer, ladies and gentlemen. I improved the Barbarian even further. The thing is, like, it's illegal how good that one is now. See how much we can jump? Because of the Ring of Starless Skies, together with our Wrath regeneration. Quite useful, isn't it? That's obviously for the version that, like, goes around the world, right? I asked what type of tuner weapon you need to use for Apocalypse. Oh, that doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter if it's axe, sword, or whatsoever. That used to matter. I'm actually not sure if they still have these slight faster attack speeds on some of them. So, like, for example, the sword has, like, damage per hit, 5211. And that an axe is actually slightly slower by 0.1 seconds. It technically has more max attack. But honestly, it used to matter because of the intrinsic stats. So a sword used to have an intrinsic of like more crit damage and so on. But since they have taken like these intrinsics out, it's like really not that pertinent anymore what you're looking for, right? You're kind of like fine to just get something, anything good. Oh, ow. Sorry, I was wanting to remove a point over to this one and not to that one. Okay, boys, I need to change something. Like, leave me alone for a second here. I want to change the skill over to... Yeah. Sorry. I've been having a good time with all your builds so far. What do you think is the strongest? I think the strongest is currently the Barbarian, definitely. Right, and it also has the biggest potential. It's the easiest to get strong. Second strongest, I'd actually put the Druid there, due to the Glint's Anvil really making him completely undying now, and the potential where he can actually go damage-wise. So that is really powerful. That being said, the Apocalypse Necromancer is not much behind, and the Tiniest Grass as well. So they're all very powerful builds still. But yeah, the King Dingaling, the others, definitely. Okay, I need to do this. I changed one skill point over because otherwise we're not triggering enough. Override, then go back to the Apocalypse Push now. So we gotta actually reset these. Then we're gonna have to go for the, not the cooldown, for the maximum. Override that one as well. I think the Lunatic is behind. The Lunatic is fire, but the problem with the Lunatic is area damage. So it is a very powerful build. I just don't like to play it on certain content just due to the area stuff, right? That's what like bums me out at times, because I want to do as much damage as possible, right? To everyone on the screen. I want to preferable clear the screen. But the actual build is like not like, you know, the Lunatic, you get to like waltz up to every opponent, and then you're able to kind of like do damage to them, but you're just not able to clear like the whole screen that easy. And that's the only thing where I would say like the Apocalypse is slightly, but the Lunatic build is slightly behind. It just suffers there. A whiffy. This is now like the full damage version, so not the push version anymore, and you instantly see that it just does more damage than the push version, because the push version just plays like a different charm. But look at my Wrath, for example. Like we were talking about Wrath generation. And now that critical hit making Wrath, if you put the chains in, it's like all the chains are just making Wrath, you know, right? So not one chain is making Wrath, every single chain is making Wrath. And even if you're already on the next pack, if even one opponent gets like whipped by your chain while you're at the next pack, it's also still producing Wrath for you. So like this, you can be like fully Wrathed up at any given point and not really worry about it. I mean, worst case scenario, you could actually play the Edge Masters aspect because we are fully Wrathed up, right? And just get the most out of it in that regard. Are you gonna publish the final version of all your builds? I mean, we do always publish the current best version with the best affixes. Like that's in the planner pretty much. Obviously, I partially don't even have the things that I put in the planner because these would be the absolute optimal items. Like for example, having occult skills on your boots, I get like super lucky now, right? I have 4 ranks to occult skills on my boots, but that's like the ultra god version. Right? If you're super lucky. I mean, who has a greater affix to occult skills? Let's be fair. I was super fortunate to find them, right? Like beyond. So that's something you just don't have. Maybe for all season long, if we're honest with each other. Like the nature of the beast of how like build making works. You might just end up never getting the absolute best item for your build. So now we activate here the little fire demons that are slamming out around me, right? So we're activating the bombardment because the bombardment gives me a bonus. And see, like my spirit is still up and my wrath is still up at any given point, and I can just spam away due to this crit making spirit. Very, very nice. What pit level? Oh, that's just 120, nothing special. I usually don't push much higher than 120 because after 120 the fun just stops, you know? This gets really annoying. Show you gift at the pit. Yes, boss. I can show you some. I mean, you need maximum life rolls. Okay, that's very important. My helmet, for example, maximum life. Then chest piece is maximum life. The fire resistance has to go, so we have to go for a better flash rate carapace today. Hands of the World Breaker with double multiplier. I got really lucky with this. I mean, look at this fucking fuck chat. Look at this. It's insane. Your pants, maximum defense. Your boots, occult skills. Your weapon, crit, like 2 multipliers, preferable with max life, and actually weapon damage as well. So I need more greater affixes on this one, to be honest. Then Hemat Stone with the maximum shenanigans you can have. We get the double multiplier ring with crit chance, preferable. And then also the Ring of Starless Skies right now. What is that? Infernal Hordes? Oh, wait. For Infernal Hordes, do I want to go for the bumpy build? Yeah, let's actually do for the Infernal Hordes the jumpy build. Might turn out better. You never know. So here, there's a 2-handed axe with a greater affix. So let me show you what I was talking about. So now we had 2-handed axe with a greater affix versus a sword. You have the 2-handed axe has 0.9 attacks per second, while the sword has 1.0 attacks per second. So the 2-handed axe technically has more max damage because a slower weapon has a higher max damage. So technically, for maximum hits, don't play a sword, play an axe. What charms are you using? Sorry, I completely forget to put them in the build planner. You're absolutely correct. Thanks for reminding me. Let's quickly put it in. We're playing the set of the Nameless. I don't know how that slipped through my attention. My apologies, brother. So we do the Nameless, and this one with ranks to occult skills. Because occult skills would be your Umbral Chains, and it would be your Nether Step, plus it would be your Apocalypse. So that's all occult skills, and the Dark Prison is occult as well. So that's where occult skills really help a lot. Obviously, as many ranks in occult skills as possible, because you've seen 4 ranks is 300% more damage. You heard right, Chan. 4 ranks is 300% more damage. So as many occult skills as possible are required. And that's also why I don't push deeper into the pit, because you can imagine if that many more skill ranks are more, like 300% more damage, then you're forced to get everything even remotely to greater affixed to have any chance of kind of like performing with the big boys, right? Okay. So download the Battle.net app to get it fixed. Critical and all damage multiplier plus whoop. Damn. Damn, Chad. Damn. That's a killer glove. Just like that. Okay, I'll take it. Sometimes lucky, I reckon. Okay, into the Infernal Hordes. Is the mob electric damage bugged? I get one shot and have 1.5 million. Yeah. So the electric damage of mobs is completely overtuned. So don't worry if you die to it. You're supposed to die to it. You're not doing anything wrong, my friend. Right? You're doing everything correct. It's just the game that hates you. So yes, in fact, the goddamn lightning damage is overtuned. You might, instead of putting diamonds into your gear, put actually topases in your gear. And I'm not even joking. Okay, I wish I was joking because it would be really funny if that was a joke, but it isn't. That is actually a way to deal with this. You know, since having like infinite wrath, this build has become way more playable because at some point you always get to the point where you just slowly run out of wrath, right? And then you couldn't spam chains anymore, and then you wouldn't get your apocalypse. I mean, right now I can pretty much like put as many chains down as I wish to, right? There's no limit to how many chains I can put down. So that's like very useful. Because more chains is obviously more boom. So if I have more chains down, then I can just more often boom everything. I have a question. What's the difference between all damage multiplier and other multipliers? Okay, so all damage multiplier and other multipliers, they all multiply with each other. That being said, the physical damage multiplier falls into, so the physical fire and so on multiplier falls into the same bucket as all damage. So if you have either all damage or one of the fixed elemental damage multipliers, okay? Step number one. Step number two, like the stuff multiplies under each other. So all damage multiplies with crit, multiplies with vuln. Okay? And that's why you want a healthy mix of these all. The all damage multiplier literally just refers to the multiplier you get for massing your stat. So if, like in my case, willpower, if I have a lot of willpower, then I also have a high all damage multiplier. Right? You need this build? The build is in the description of the YouTube video. But that is only the planner for the explodey version. It doesn't have the jumpy version in there. Right? So it's missing out on this one. Because we're still working on fine-tuning both versions to especially become like... You saw how I just died there for a second. So we never want to die. Actually, sure. If I have to change my rune combo for not dying. Because right now I think I'm using a shitty rune combo. Might actually have to use Sir or something. Or Igni. Probably Sir. Yeah, there's a few things we need to fine tune. Because right now we're not triggering actually our rune. It's responsible for a lot of our survival. Oh, they all didn't count for that. It was bullshit. You screwed up your amulet trying to get a new one. You're not the first one, sir. You're not going to be the last one. It happens. You don't optimize a build before making a new one. Well, Quinto, what I do is I make builds. And I tell you how to make them perfect. The thing is, the optimization that you talk about would be days on days on days of farming just to get another multiplier. Okay? So I bring builds like 80 to 90% of the way, and then the last 10% of like grinding it out to really squeeze out the last droplet of damage, That's what I leave for the people that really love to play the builds, right? So I make the builds for people to play the builds, to then be able to max the builds. I mean, in Path of Exile, for example, there are people that have reached way higher levels with my builds than I myself have, because I simply, for example, stopped playing at level 19 Path of Exile 2. But others like to then grind out my builds to get even more damage with like, you know, if they actually get the perfect gear. But that's not what I enjoy doing, because, you know, it's not fun. Sorry if I mixed you two up, by the way. Summon the Butcher, I guess. I would have to go for the Mousing Mothas because I have the thingy where stuff put into them. Why do you have so much Wrath? My critical strikes restore Wrath. Each critical strikes restores 1 Wrath, but since I have so many chains and they hit so many enemies at the same time, I always have full Wrath. I do also play the Ring of Starless Skies, but I have done this shtick without the Ring of Starless Skies, and it perfectly works without. So you don't even require the Ring of Starless. It's just that the Ring of Starless is a 50% multiplier with 20% bonus critical strike chance, and you do want bonus 20% critical strike chance that easy. I mean, it is that easy, right? Baloo, last time I logged in with Battle.net, I needed my Battle.net authenticator. So, like, you know, log in through the website, set up the Battle.net authenticator, and then should be able to log back in. I think they changed something in their system. If you haven't logged in for a very, very long time, that might be causing your problem. No promises, though. Just a thought here. Have you played Dreadclaws? I didn't enjoy Dreadclaws the slightest. So we've done some Abyssal Demon Dreadclaws abbreviation build, but didn't jive with me that much. I don't know, like the skill itself just seemed boring and cookie cutter. So yeah, I was like never really interested in that. I really liked playing around with the Rampage, but the problem with Rat Rampage was that Rat Rampage was being held back by a bug with one of its main aspects. So that's why we couldn't push Rat Rampage further. Now Rat Rampage aspect got fixed. The problem is that the fix bugged it and made it 400% too strong, and that's why Rat Rampage can currently deal quintillions of damage. They're actually doing negative Intiga kind of damage, and whenever you reach a build that does negative Intiga kind of damage, you know that's bugged. And shouldn't be working that way. You know, don't need to be a rocket science energy engineer to figure that out. I need for my character a blue outline. Why does it have to be blue? Because I'm red. Yeah, that's gonna make me recognize him a bit better. Probably green would even be, you know what? Probably green would be top tier. Just a toxic green outline. Yeah. You recognize this one through anything. Like, no matter how much you clutter up the screen with like shit, right? Like now I can perfectly see my Char wherever he is. Oh, I killed everyone. Oops. Wasn't my intention to like wipe out the whole council with one single boom. It was my intention, chat. Who am I kidding? Did they buff the set charm noise? It's a different one, isn't it? Is the demon form endless? For this build, we're not doing demon form. If you play with more than one lock, you have a problem of your chains hitting. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. If you're playing with more than one lock, if you like have like everyone kind of like gathered up, that could be a problem. But generally speaking, if other enemies, if your friends are killing the shit that you're trying to kill, it's always the same. Okay, what are we gonna do? Roderick. Hit pit, nah. Experience, nah. Oh man, they're all horrible. Helltide, boss, Helltide, boss, Helltide. Okay, yeah, let's go. It's Helltitan time, ladies and gentlemen. It's Helltitan time. I love the cinematic of this game, but I just don't get the gameplay. It's just endless spamming and defense and dodge. It's an ARPG. A hack and slay. A blast screens into pieces and like see big numbers and be happy about it. An absolute brainless massacre simulator. That's what this is. In broad strokes. Let's put on a Mind Cage. Profane Mind Cage here, Chad. What does the Profane Mind Cage do? Well, it frankly makes everyone stronger. Which is actually useful, because stronger means more rewards as well. And if I get this beautiful shrine here, then we're also going to raise the wrath we're getting from our opponents. So you can imagine that we're getting invaded faster. Some of the demon mommy. Like best case scenario, you're always alone here, because then I just put down my chains. My chains instantly stack up my sigil, and I can just spam my sigil like there's no tomorrow. So you're absolutely correct that the best case scenario is really you just having no one around you, not a single enemy, not a single friend. Because now this barbarian is here going in circle, and this barbarian going in circle like stops my chains from chaining. So that's annoying. I guess ultimately I could also just not cast anything and just wait for her to spawn and then just nuke her with one hit. That is also in the realm of possibilities. We're gonna make a Meteor Sork build. I actually did look into some people that were trying Meteor Sork out. And the problem is that Meteor Sork is just so undertuned that it really feels absolutely sad to even attempt doing it. So probably we'll have to pass on the Meteor Sork. As much as I do like the idea of Meteor Sork, I do love to play Meteor Sork, but I just can't play a build that's just like shooting yourself in the knees so heavily that it's not even fun anymore. Because that's what like non-lightning sword gameplay looks like. Like why you're hitting yourself, you know? Oh, nice. That's perfect. This should get me invaded. Dude, PoE is a bit different, right? Nope. PoE is exactly the same, get strong blast screens. No Rest for the Wicked is completely different. Arta. So No Rest for the Wicked is also an ARPG, but it claims for itself that it's the ARPG reimagined. So it's like, you know, the next big step for ARPGs. The next big thing that we'll witness there. They're not completely wrong, but it's like kind of like its own thing. So it's more like a Souls-like ARPG, and not really the evolution of ARPG, just, again, its complete own thing. I don't use Grandfather, because Grandfather is always worse than a very good rolled weapon. Always. However, if you do not have a good rolled weapon, and or if you want to have the maximum life, then you're good. Oh, what did you get, my friend? Ah, damn. That's a little monster there. I mean, apart from the 87% there. So, again, like the actual grandfather is not a terrible choice. It's just literally like if you have a weapon with greater affixes, you'll end up with more damage. I mean, we don't have the jumpy version up yet. We only have the base version up because I wanted to at least get you the hit blasting version. But the movement version, I still have to fine tune a bit more to really feel like it's there where it's supposed to be. But we're working on it. Okay. I mean, latest tomorrow, you should be getting the build guide for this one in the bumpy version, because today we should be able to put this like into absolute nifty numbers. I still haven't been invaded. It's a bit unlucky because the only thing I want to be is invaded. Oh, wow, that almost annihilated me there. Don't like that. Oh, that was the invasion. Shit, where's the double butcher? Come here. What are those? These are the double butchers, Chad. Need to nuke them really quick. Why are double butchers coming? Yeah, it's a helltide thingy. 2 profane mine cages. Let's go. Very good. But this was everything I set out for. Will they spread the Warlock too thin trying to make it universally usable? I mean, the Warlock is universally usable. And you have many different builds that all work great. I mean, the Warlock is essentially what every single other class should be, in my opinion, in terms of like the build variety. Because with the Warlock, you have so many builds, and each build does actually function and is viable into the end game. I mean, like where other builds have like currently one build that's really viable in the end game. Or with others, you can barely even hit torment like... Oh, where's the... Oh, damn, there's like so many of these here. Ready to farm your gems? Yeah, that's definitely what I have to do. Well, we just got on our Barbarian, the gem strength multiplier on the 200 weapon, which feels really good. Now we need to actually farm the gems for the biggest damage gain. Sadly died, so one of our profane mine cages is now deactivated. But I really don't see why I would activate the next one again. By the way, just this morning, the whole Glynn's Anvil update came through, and I was really happy to make my Warlock more tanky, only to actually realize that from all the classes out there, Warlock and Sword each can't use Glynn's Anvil, which personally makes absolutely no sense. Why would Warlock not be able to use Glynn's Anvil? Which made me instantly contact the developers and be like, what the hell, lads? What were you thinking? You know? What's your actual problem? Oh, now we have to kill a boss. You know what we're going to do for boss killing? We're going to quickly hand back everything here. Nope. 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 And we're going to go over into the push version. And since it's the broiler, though, we're going to do it in torment 11 because otherwise it's just going to be annoying. A lengthy process, right? Nobody get time to fight the broiler for so long. I do prefer this versus Lunatic. For certain activities, yes. For other activities, not. And Lunatic has like a nice little jive to it. That's 1 hit. That's 2 hit. And 3 hit. I guess I could have done him on 12 too. Do I want a butcher lair? I guess at least the first one, maybe Belial appears. You never know, right? Until you know. Oh yeah, I completely forgot. They downgraded the butcher, right? Oops. We don't have to swap back anymore. Thank you for reminding me. Oopsie. Kind of forgot that part. They made the butcher weaker, Mephisto stronger. Mephisto didn't feel stronger. I was this morning there with my barbarian, and I absolutely shit on him. Dogpiled him with the ancients. I mean, maybe the ancients actually got better. Who knows? First one. Second one. It was almost enough just to hit him with all the things. Wait, doesn't he drop the gloves that we need? Or what does he drop? Can he drop the gloves of apotheosis? I don't remember where we get them from. The health died. Mephisto's freeze attack isn't fixed yet. Which Mephisto's freeze attack? Oh no, wrong version. It's fine. Not the bumpy version. This is not the jumpy version. This is the bumpy version. The big thing they differ from is like one does more damage, the other one is just more agile. Because like in this one, after I used my one movement skill, right? We gotta wait for it to recharge. It's gonna be a bit tedious to wait. 2 goats, that's it. Sir, stop farming everything away from me. Okay, let's kill these 2 with chains and then nuke that thing in the middle. So, listen. We're gonna... Oh, one more chest is up there that we need to go to. Where do you get the Hands of the Worldbreaker gloves? Yeah, see, that's what I asked myself just a second ago. Let's check again. Boss loot table. I always pull up the Mobilytics boss loot table, so no worries. I got this covered for you. Worldbreaker. Hands of the Worldbreaker are from Grégoire. I was correct. Ha ha, ladies and gentlemen. Once in a while, I was correct. Would you look at that? I'm just squishy on this build. You're forced to play the barrier. If you're not playing the barrier, you're screwed. So you have to play the queer rune in some combination. Then you need a lot of max life, obviously, and all the defensive shenanigans that you can get. And even if you get all of that, you might still be somewhat squishy. Simply due to the nature of the beast. Is Sork or Barb better? I mean, Barb has been in the leaderboard. Here we got Sork, but that was the bugged Sork pushes, so I'm not sure if these are still the unbugged ones, right? Because there hasn't been a new one since forever. But currently Barb is sitting 148, 147, 146, so Barb is actually doing very well. FY. Oh, why did that have to be willpower? If that was weapon damage instead of willpower, it would have been like a splendid weapon.
What is a waitress, isn't it? It is done.
However, Sork just get hit with like some weird nerf where Ball of Lightning lost the core skill. So until a hotfix, Sork kind of is terrible, right? The Sork pushes are legit right now, Quinto. That's good to know. Like my latest information on Sork has been that there was like a bug that allowed it to do more damage. So I'm not sure if that was like the 150 clears or if there was some legit clears. I mean, then again, you're not just going to push 150 unless you're still going for very good equipment, right? It's not like only because you're playing the strongest class, you're going to be able to do 150. I can only tell you that Barb, for example, is extremely easy to scale. Even with like minimal gear, you're going to do maximum damage. So that's what I can really recommend. I mean, for my Barb gameplay, I started with level 1. I got my Ancients early, and then I pushed all the way through. And I could pretty much from level 1 to Paragon 300, more or less, play in the Ancient playstyle. And I never had to like reskill. So that's cool. When that actually works. I love to be able to like level and play the endgame with pretty much the same build. Or at least the same theme. Feels very good. Right? Work doing 150 in 20 seconds. That was a bug. That was indeed a bug. On that road. Double caches, chat. Double caches currently. Layer of plenty. Flash red carapace we need as well. Okay, where were we stuck? Ah, here. Let's see what we got. So, no. Unless it's 3 ranks, 2 cold skills. We don't want it. Got a lot of charms. And a lot of seals.
Ancients, watch over.
I can't get used to this being here at the bottom. I can't get used to it. All damage multiplier, life on hit. Dud. Willpower, dud. Actually, willpower is not a dud, but it's fine. Okay, nothing. Has any one of you ever seen a legendary one here? I have legendary, a unique one, a mythic. I've been told they exist. I know they exist, but I've personally never gotten one. Fields Batman. Yeah, triple Helltide again. Seems reasonable. Before we do any triple Helltide thingies, let's kill some... Carapace was... Lord Zur. Let's kill some Lord Zur for a better chess piece, maybe. Who knows what's going to happen. Where you see the build, Toasted, there is a Mobalytics link in our latest YouTube video. I can give you the link here too, though. Keep in mind that this is only the boss and pit pushing version. This is not the speed version. And we're today still working on improving this further. For example, we're currently playing the Neo Queer rune, and I think the Neo Queer rune is actually terrible to trigger this, so I'm gonna have to pull that out and think about a different rune combo to actually do this. One hit, two hit, three hit. Jesus, that poison. Unrealistic. Oh, Belial. Number one. Oh, that was number one. Oh, there wasn't more than number one, chat. There was what? Done. No more repetitions. Oh, 3 Betrayer's Husks. Damn. And 2 Lair Boss keys. Damn. I mean, what the fuck, chat? Yeah, that poison ticking afterwards is totally cool. We like that. We're trying to get as a flash red carapace currently in better, because mine has fire resistance and thorns on it, and I really don't like this. So we're gonna like just gather all the unique flash red carapaces now, and then just like try to upcycle them, and we'll see. So that one, for example, is nice. This has willpower, maximum life, and armor. Nifty. But it doesn't have a greater affix to max life, because that's what my other one has. And back again. Story by Bilbo Baggins. So, poison's totally fucked up. I mean, poison, lightning, whatever. I wonder how hardcore players deal with this. I guess it's just endurant faith saving their ass. Because otherwise, I couldn't imagine how you actually deal with a scenario where poison just absolutely strangleholds you, chokes you to death. Then, the green highlight on the settings is under gameplay, almost all the way to the bottom. If you want, there is a YouTube video where we go over all these kind of settings. That you might have missed. Oh, I just got another, ladies and gentlemen, I just got another Crooks of the False Prophet, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. I got 4 Cruxes of the False Prophet. We might later have to do some Mephisto Torment 12 rotations with people that can actually kill him on Torment 12. Because I've been dogpiling that mother trucker with my barbarian build.
That's it for that piece.
How do you check it? Second chest and lair bosses? We have lair bosses here, and you choose for Lair of Plenty. It's really useful when you're trying to farm specific items, because I'm looking for the flash rate carapace. So sure, I could kill 2 lair bosses and then hope that the outcome is what I'm looking for, right? But I could also kill 1 lair boss and then just maximize the chances to get what I'm looking for. I think that's generally the better way to go about it, as it just, you know, makes it faster. And I have the keys to do this. I'm sitting like at 51 greater keys, 46 smaller keys. And I have more greater than smaller keys at this point. And obviously you still have to jump back and forth like there's no tomorrow every single time. So, yay. Why use the chains and not blazing screams, Steven? Because the chains and blazing screams are roughly the same. Honestly, with the chains, I can keep my wrath easier up, so I like to use the chains. There's not much difference between the two. If at all, there is a difference. I just want a greater affix. Give me greater affix or we throw hands. That me no getting greater affix. Not even remotely. Wrath. Resource cost reduction. Bunch of sadness. I wish there was like one guy to break down things in this layer. That would be fantastic, right? If you get scorching heat for the tiniest grass warlock, it's a good way to increase damage. I wouldn't look to increase my damage with the amulet. I would look to solve a problem so you free up aspect slots somewhere else. For example, right now my amulet gives me overpowered charges, which is not more damage, but it allows me to play Undying on my boots, which makes my life easier. If I now could play Undying on my amulet, then I could again free up the slot on boots to play another utility aspect that just makes it more convenient for me, right? And more convenient is, to be honest, king. Another ancestral chest armor. I mean, my armor has 2 greater affixes. Like, I feel a bit we're getting spat on, and I like I don't enjoy being spat on. At least not in this setting, I guess. Try Belial? Maybe? Let's reroll a stat on a unique. I don't like... Okay, listen, chat, listen. I hate it as much as you do. Come closer. I absolutely hate the randomness of the affixes. However, I absolutely love hitting a good one. I found this Hand of the Worldbreaker. Do you know how amazing that was? The crit damage, the vol, the willpower. I was like, you know, bam, 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 bam. Yeah, let's fucking go. The same goes for the Hemat Stone, right? So as absolutely sucking annoying as this is, if you then actually find a good one, it's like, stonks, right? And I guess that's the feeling they're trying to go for. That because before uniques was just like, we have determined affixes, so you're gonna just try to get the greater like there and the greater there, and then you're good to go. Like now you can actually get like quite some nasty versions with this, and I think it's cool. Because it really creates these hype moments of you just being like, what the fuck did I just pull, right? And then you show your friends and everyone's like, what the hell? This is crazy. And I think that's cool, personally. Mr. Potato Fry, I saw your 4GA Gorse. You posted it. Beautiful. Lord Zerg. You know, when you're in Torment 12, you open up Lord Zerg, and you don't get like a single greater affixed version, then you're like, oh, it's shit. And I hate it. Can you do 150 now? No. Swedish. For more strength, I need a weapon with gem strength. Which one is better? Armor. That one has 2,400 armor. That's actually sick. That's a fucking sick version. Let's slam these two together. And if you slam 3 Ancestrals together, it can be one with a greater affix. But that one could still be shit. So, yeah. We're currently waiting for the Helltide to reset. So just in case you wonder what we're doing, we're waiting for the Helltide to reset. That's why we're fucking around here right now. Let's kill some Greeks and just see what comes out of that. Like 3-4 Greeks and just hope for the best. Difference in loot from tier 10 to tier 12 doesn't feel that much because it isn't. I'm not sure how much this is confirmed by the devs. I might just have some knowledge that I'm actually not allowed to share with you. But yeah, there is not a big difference between 11 and 12, and that is intended. So again, the basic idea is that torment 10 is the ultimate tier to be in, and everything above is just for XP padding. Okay. So being in torment 12 is not worth it, apart from more XP. Oh, double greater affix gloves, Chad. This could be promising. But it could also just be normal gloves. No. This is Chad. This is our hands of the world. It's getting fucking serious, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting fucking serious. Okay, might be good. Do we have a Discord? Yes, it should be linked in the description of the YouTube video. Okay, what we got? Wow, it's getting fucking serious because it's getting so super sad. It's not even fun anymore. Holy Jesus moly Christ. 3 sad hands of the World Breaker. Let's smash them together and get an even sadder hand of the World Breaker. You know what? I might have as well not gotten one. That would have made me happier. Not getting one would have made me happier than getting one. I don't retract my statement about like actually being fine with the system, right? I like the system. Build guide is linked in the description of the live stream. A ring with 4 greater affixes. Are you ready to be absolutely disappointed, Chad? Problem is I also don't need a ring, so that's that. What do we get there? Oh, it's a normal ring with 4 greater affixes. How sad could it be, potentially? Yeah. Yeah. David, you're not the only one today that seems to have server issues. By chance Xbox. So we have had 2 Xbox players tell us now that they have been having issues with connection. I'm not sure if this is Xbox related, but generally just saying if you have connection issues, you're not the only one. I know that doesn't help you, right? It doesn't make you happy or anything, but at least you know you're not the only one. Congratulations. Don't be mad. Be sad instead. The PlayStation's having issues as well. Well, PC doesn't. Hey, where's my Helltide? Chat, I mean, that's been more than 5 minutes right now, correct? We're not getting a Helltide anymore? Oh, by the way, you want to see something really, really funny about the Barbarian chat? Because I tried something out. Let me quickly show you something. Because people have been asking. So we played this Barbarian build, right? And the Barbarian build has a certain rotation to do things, okay? Listen, closer. So there's a certain rotation to be done. And the rotation for the Barbarian build is like you go for ancients, right? And then you go for war cry, mighty throw, cry into ancients again. But when you take your controller and you just put your thumb on Y, X, and A, and then you take your other four fingers and you put them everywhere else, and then you walk around. And then with your thumb, you can still dodge if you feel like it. The absolute beauty. Called action queuing. That's why controller is partially better. At least for this kind of build. I by the way, did I kill Mephisto like this instead of using mouse and keyboard? I don't want to comment on that. Did I? Did I kill Mephisto like that? No, I wouldn't have done that. That'd be terrible, right? Who would do something like this? Preposterous. Oh, the boss just died. Someone killed him. I'm saddened. Oh, there's the Helltide, finally. Jeez. Oh, but let's teleport back correctly. Because I want to... If you abort my teleport with throwing hands. Video proof or it didn't happen. Oh, the build guide has the kill of Mephisto in there. Equip. Jumpy and bumpy version. Oh no, the Helltide is up down here. Yes, my favorite one. Mr. Potato, you tried to reroll the power, but you get unlucky. I know that feeling. I mean, I gave up with my Hands of the World Breaker at 394% instead of 400. I was like, yeah, that's good. I'm fine, right? At some point, you'll just gotta be like, I'm fine. This is good. See, this is the more speedy Gonzalez version now. Oh, Wayne. Where we can pretty much like boost everything and then we jump around and then we boost everything again. Like, because APOC is technically terrible for these kind of things. I hate playing it in the open world unless you play it right in this version in the open world, because then it actually does feel good. Ooh. And suddenly you can have a lot of fun. Why do we still have the nether step in this version? I guess just for bonus travel. In case we need to do like some underground zoom in. Please make Thursday even better. Well, I don't have a family right now, chat, so I'm yours. You're my family for today. My children are on a houseboat in the Netherlands with the waifu. No, they haven't left me. They're out on a trip with Granny. I'm going to join them on Saturday. But that means we have the next 2 days for gaming and cleaning up my office. But because I'll not pretend that my office is perfectly squeaky clean. It's not Asmongold types of bad, okay, chat? I have a wife. I have kids. I can't have, like, cockroaches in my apartment. Yeah, listen. But I still have to take care of this room. So, finally, that's going to be my relaxation activity today when I'm done streaming. Cleaning this monstrosity. By the way, also the question about the chains. So technically, I could just kill things with chains. So I don't actually have to go for APOC because your chains are also doing billions of damage already. With this shitty weather, yeah, I mean, the weather is less than stellar for any kind of trip, but I mean, can't have that hold you back. I heard when the weather is rainy, then the fish are biting better, because Grandpa wants to go fishing with the children. So, I guess that's gonna be that at least. Let's see the positive upside somewhere. How many pop bottles are lying around? Actually, non-Big Razor, because in Germany we have to, like in Germany we have, what is it called? So you pay extra for your bottles, and when you hand them back in, you get the money back. It's 25 cents only, so it's not a lot, but still, like we actually have to recycle our bottles. Like that's why we don't have them flying around. I mean, some people still do, but you know. Like, you actually do collect them and then bring them back, and then you pick the new ones up again, and then you bring them back and rinse and repeat, right? Standard cycle of taking care of that. Oh, wow. Thank you. Well, dude, he just dropped 2 gifts of the tree. 2! We have to do it, but it's bullshit. Yeah, it's like whenever I go, for example, to the Netherlands, they don't have that. So, like, every bottle I get from the Netherlands, I just get to throw away. Okay, I guess. I think it makes sense. Oh, let's open chest down here. Oh, you know what? In this one, I could probably just stand in the middle to nuke everything. Oh. Denmark has it too. Oh, good to know. Or at least not the only ones. Tormented Echo of Urivar and then Double Butcher. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Profane Mind Cage galore. Let's fucking do that. Let's actually trigger 1 Mind Cage already. Mind Cages put +1 on every single opponent, so everything is harder now. But also more loot. The link for the build description of the video, my friend. We have the deposit bottles in the Netherlands, 25 each, and little cans 25. But I can't hand your bottles in Germany because you're missing the symbol on them. Ah, make it make sense. Guess it just is what it is. Hoover, tons of farming and nada. We did now 4 Chaos Tides. Echoing Hatred with the community. And in none, a Mythic Seal has dropped. I do have a Mythic Seal, but it is the saddest version of Mythic Seal right now, correct? It's the one that allows me to use 2 uniques. Now, I will probably have to just sit down and think about like a build I can do with that. That would be most likely the easiest way to do things, right? Like try to find something where I can use 2 unique charms and like 4 or 3 of a set. Where that actually makes sense. Collection of Chaos. Dude, that's triple Collection of Chaos now. Let's see what we get. Okay, we already get a Crux of the False Prophet today, so I really can't complain. It's more farm, more goodies. Gloves with all damage multiplier. Fuck yeah. Resource cost, no. And since this is currently Gift of the Tree, chat, we get even more. So don't forget, currently Gift of the Tree is live. We might actually get armament tributes and make more mythical tributes, because I'm sitting here at I'm sitting at 3 greater armaments and 2 normal tributes of armaments. I think I could almost craft one. Because on the other charts, I have more shadow damage. Nope. Thank you very much. Keep that away. I should do the pit. 120. Oh, but let's do the pit 120 different. Nah, you know what? We could actually do the pit 110 and then just speed farm in. Gotta think about that. Before we change, let's put the 3 points in. That's vulnerable targets. That was crit for willpower. This was vulnerable. Override. Swap to the push version. Why is the bombardment in here? So the bombardment is just in there for like a little bit bonus speed against bosses. Because with the bombardment, you're essentially getting... Ow. With the bombardment, you're essentially getting stacks a bit faster in a single damage scenario. So if the enemy is alone, there's weights there. They have lightning and fire. Yeah, you know what? I'm fine. I don't want to do lightning and fire. I'll do it. Get 2 mythic seals on my sword. Both were the one less sad. I mean, it's crazy that we have 3 mythic seals, right? 2 are useless, 1 is good. What is that? But why do we have 2 useless? I mean, useless mythic seals and 1 good one. And I mean, I wish useless was exaggerating it, but it's not. Because the difference is staggering in usefulness or not. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't want the one where I can use 3 uniques, but I can only use 4. So I'm going to miss out on my set that gave me 400% bonus damage. And the 3 uniques are not giving me 400% bonus damage. I mean, even if you use Banished Lord's Talisman, Crown of Lucian... I mean, your top's going to be sitting with Banished Lords. Okay, if you get like the 16 stacks, the Banished Lords itself is like 192%. The Crown of Lucian is 90%, so that's like 270. And then you would need another one with another huge multiplier to even remotely live up to that, right? So, yeah, I mean, doubt it.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
Then Blazing Scream, Bounce of Walls of Agony. Should be possible. But in all honesty, couldn't even tell you. Ah, he has Avenger and Zerker. That's totally not annoying. Oh, that guy just looked at me and almost ate my soul. That's why he has to die now. I somewhere took the wrong turn because I'm not getting further here right now, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, but I really don't know what touched me. You know? I really don't know what touched me there. It's like the last remnants of untankiness that you kind of get rid of. The last remnants of untankiness. Resolve makes you not die. No, resolve is sadly not possible on the Warlock. As much as I was hoping to do resolve stacking on the Warlock, Warlock does not have Glenn's Anvil. Which is bullshit because the Necromancer has Glenn's Anvil. Everyone has Glenn's Anvil. but the Sork and the Warlock. And the reason is racism, I guess. I don't know. When I already asked the developers, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Right, let's put on like one great defense mechanic, but let's give it to everyone. Not the Warlock though. I mean, it's also stupid that kind of like Glint's Anvil is actually needed to make characters feel tanky. Right, I mean, with Barbarian, you have currently the choice to go for Melted Heart of Selec, just straight up OP cheese, right? Or you actually do the Glint's Anvil, which is fantastic and feels like normal use of game mechanics, right? But yeah, then you go over to the Warlock and you're like, hey, let's use Glint's Anvil here too. And the answer is no, you shall not use Glint's Anvil. Oh, it's this one. Yeah. So what he does is, and this isn't fixed, he instantly summons these 5 pools, right? Very cute. Actually, hardcore players have been complaining about this because you mostly die. You know, even if your character's like fully Glint's Anviled, yes, I said it, then you might just still die instantly to him spawning and summoning these 5 pools of naughtiness. Because, I mean, what the fuck, right? Is that? Especially since you don't see it. I mean, luckily I don't have to be like on him to actually hit him. Oh my goodness. See, he just stacks this. How's the patch treating you today? Very good, honestly. So far, like, none of my classes have been negative impacted. I mean, I haven't played the Sork, so I get safe from like any Sork sadness that actually appeared. That's good, right? Very good. My Druid became stronger. We haven't even played the Druid yet, but I just know like how much more tanky he has gotten. Whilst my Barbarian was just like the patch did so well for the Barb. Like, it was so good to see. And suddenly he went from like strong to stronger. So that makes us all very happy. Okay, with our 12 stacks of overpower. I don't even see your pools of nothingness, sir. I guess we just gotta wait for him to come out of the corner. Right? I mean, I get nothing to do anyways better right now. You're not coming? Oh, he's not coming because all the doggies are in the way. Great. That is such a weird coming together of circumstances here right now. He's finally walking out, ladies and gentlemen. We got him committing to the bid, and he dies. Who would have guessed? Such a weirdo. Okay, let's get this one up to 111. Let's get this one up to 110. At least. Is the big guy missing the talisman page? I updated the talisman page, but I didn't save it. Yeah, I updated it. Thank you. How do you have Sigil of Chaos following you? Oh, casting a sigil skill. Apocalypse. Creates all base sigil skills at once. You deal increased damage to enemies in base sigil skills, doubled while its power within is unleashed. Ergo, we are casting our Sigil of Chaos to be around us at any given point, and then we do kaboom. Very useful. Okay, should we try to craft a new weapon, Chan? I picked up, you know, it has maximum life, but not a weapon damage grade roll. I mean, I could mess with this to get it to a good value. I kind of want a max life and a fire damage multiplier. This one's max life. I don't have willpower and a fire damage multiplier. It's really not what I'm looking for because I would have to not play with max life on that. Oh, that would be so greedy. Let's see what we can do. Okay, willpower and fire damage. We're going to add an offensive affix. And that's a critical strike damage multiplier, which is scary. So what we're going to do is we're going to gamble. We're going to add another offensive affix. Good roll weapon damage, because now what we can do is we can re-roll the crit damage multiplier until we get a higher crit damage multiplier, right? I mean, I could technically go for max life, but we're going to shirk the max life here. And I'm probably going to pay for it. But I just want a maximum nuking version here right now. So let's try to get this higher. Oh, this is going to cost me dearly. I don't care. I mean, like, this is just 17 million gold per roll, Chad. What's 17 million gold between friends, right? Surely that doesn't matter. I mean, luckily I totally did not sell something to a totally not Chinese person that totally had legit billions of gold for me. So that helps me to not really care too much about doing this here. High recommendation, by the way. Skill level greater affix items work fantastic for trading. Before I'm out of money, I'm out of Forgotten Souls. No worries, there's tons of Forgotten Souls actually waiting for me. Oh, come on now, really? 42%. Okay, we're gonna roll 3 more times and then just be happy with 42%. Yep. I'm gonna take that. We're gonna masterwork it. Try to hit it on the damage multiplier. Yep. Then we're gonna go into our thingy and claim this because it's 3,200 Forgotten Souls. And we can spend a point in the Helltide. I need 1 level more because now I can finally choose on the right side. That's gonna be good. Okay, so that weapon is up to crit willpower. Now, what do you think? Should we temper crit chance? What are we sitting at? We're sitting at 68.6%. I technically don't need the crit chance temper anymore. With the Ring of Starless Skies and the Ear of Perdition, my crit chance is at really nice values. Then again, you want as much crit chance as possible, right? I mean, what I'm currently thinking about is if I choose to go for a vulnerable on the weapon, then I could forfeit playing the Cersei rune combo. But I guess you wasted 5k Forgotten Souls to max his stat combo. Well, I mean, it's not a waste, sir. It's just like liberally spending your resources, right? The crazy part is 1 reroll is like 50 Forgotten Souls, right? Here right now. And we're not even close to getting things out of it. Okay, this one is going to be Cremators. We still don't have the Cremators maxed, as you can see, Chad. Yep, it's the one aspect I don't have maxed yet. That's also why my weapons are not getting... Ooh, I can make a Grand Ruby. I can? Ooh. There's also why my weapons are not upgraded yet. Override. Equip. Override. Okay. So the weapon is technically similar, but actually better because of the higher weapon damage, right? That's a lot difference. It doesn't have max life, so I would kind of like to reroll the willpower to max life. But I'm going to take the risk here and see what comes out of it. Oh, jeez. Okay. Greater Tribute of the Horadrim. What's a Greater Tribute of the Horadrim?
Mainlander, what do you seek? Goodbye. It has been a
The greater one. Which one was that? Ah, it was the one for greater talisman items. I get it. And we get the mystery ancestral archetype cache, chat. First and foremost, this has attack speed. I don't have a single build that needs attack speed. It's actually crazy how attack speed used to be a main stat to take from everyone, and now it's like a absolutely off stat that most people don't even bother too much with anymore. Okay, what do we have here? We got a weapon that is useless. What a shame. Yeah. I mean, we can upgrade this amulet at least and see if we get a Banisher's Talisman, right? Who knows? That's so sad.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Okay, back to the Helltide. Got 29 minutes. Let's go. I transfigured my main hand weapon and got 200% gem strength. It's insane, right? It's insane. You forget to add sockets. It's one of the most common mistakes to make. So don't feel like you're an idiot. You're still an idiot, okay? But you're not the only idiot. So don't feel bad. It happens to many people. And they're all idiots. But it happens. I mean, it's a new system. We all gotta get used to things, and you're just too excited, right? Maybe there should be a checklist popping up when you think to transfigure. You know, when you try to transfigure, there's a window that pops up, and it pretty much says, "Have you socketed? Have you? No, you haven't? Well, let me tell you. I mean, don't worry. Yesterday we had a great greater affix item, and we totally did not accidentally roll off the greater affix with the Horadric cube because we accidentally put the wrong tuning shenanigan in. So don't feel bad. Things happen. Is your aspect max? I mean, my aspect is currently sitting at 184 out of 200, and that's 16% more damage, and it's an easy 16% more damage. Oh, my wife is sending messages. Ooh. So let's see if the houseboat is looking good. Okay, no one here. Let's just quickly check this, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, my tiny human. It's going in blind until you see clearly. I mean, and then redoing the same mistakes again because you just literally forget. I mean, we all know how it is when you finally get a good piece of equipment and you're actually hitting your rolls and you're like, fuck yeah. And then you're like, I can't wait to transfigure this to see the outcome. Sadness. Especially after you've done it so many times, because that's the biggest part, right? The amount of times you're actually gonna do it, right? Because you're not gonna transfigure one item. On my barb, I've transfigured like what, 10 different weapons, maxed out 10 different weapons just to get something. And that's actually a low amount of thingies I re-rolled, right? I got lucky. Damn, that's not a terrible armor. So I got rather lucky in that regard. Everyone hit is the worst transfigure. I mean, yesterday on transfigured a weapon, I got 6 ranks to ultimate skills, and I was like, okay, that's possible. I mean, considering right now that 3 more ranks were like, what, 300% damage from my apocalypse, or 400% more damage from my apocalypse, I guess getting something in that direction wouldn't hurt too much. Doing basic attack spread build, do you think it's viable? Not sure how viable and how fun to play. Problem with Doom is I think it says it spreads to one other target, right? It doesn't spread like to multiple other targets, or how is it? Like it would have to like pretty much insta-kill set target to somehow make sense. Unbreakable. Well, so the indestructible is in the transfiguring to not make transfiguring wholly beneficial. But there's another one that's annoying because yesterday I had a glove, ladies and gentlemen, with 3 damage multipliers. We all know you want gloves with 3 damage multipliers because they're insane, right? Then I transfigured it, and one of my damage multipliers, one of my affixes, rerolled it into a transfigured affix. That was cooldown reduction. Now guess how much cooldown reduction my build needed. Exactly. Guess how much damage multipliers I needed. Exactly. You can imagine my non-amusement. The Paladins have a good build this season. I mean, like, they have strong build, but it's not a fun build. It's a strong build, not a fun build. Big difference there, right? Between actual strength and joy. Oh, look, a lot of armor. Warlock or Barb for easy access, getting build running and clearing tier 12. Barb. Definitely. Barb is a good league start to pretty much get like your basic funds together and to fly through the seasonal ranks to then have the most out of it. Oh, I get an Undercity run. Why is Druid the least played class? Druid is insane, but Druid is a lava class. That's the best way how to say it. I mean, if Druid was more popular right now, I would probably play Druid only. But sadly, as a creator, I gotta play a little bit what's to a degree popular as well. Unless you want to drift up into obscurity. I mean, I enjoy playing Warlock, don't get me wrong, but you also are forced to play the more popular choices to a degree. Where's the best Druid build? There's Companion and there's Boulder doing absolute nasty shit. Okay. Oh, but Jumpy and Bumpy build for yeah, the thingy here. Lightning Claw Druid. Yep, Lightning Claw Druid is beautiful. Very, very useful to just wipe out the whole Spirit Brazier, right? Just right away. Something spawns. And you just wipe the face of the earth. And then you just jump. And the things you can't jump, you dive. And then you jump. The thing about Paladin this season, I really don't like the builds that Paladin has. So, not my cup of tea. I mean, the shield throwing build was like super fun, right? It was cool. Then we had like the blessed spear build was also super fun. Then you now you kind of have like the spam auto attack build, which has a cool resolve stacking happening. Don't get me wrong, but I find like fun is something different for me than just resolve stacking and then holding down auto attack. Might just be me. Maybe I'm just jealous. Is there a reason you don't like Infernal Hordes? Because you're locked into them. So Infernal Hordes used to be my absolute favorite activity. There's no activity I like to rather do. But right now, the reward structure of Infernal Hordes does not fit the permanently being bound for time X in Infernal Horde. I mean, as simple as it is, it's just like really not worth it to do them. No matter what you do with them, no matter how you juice them through the war plan. And again, due to being stuck in them, you feel just simply like you're not making progress in any other meaningful area of the game. So it literally feels like you're in the worst activity possible. That's just me on Infernal Hordes. I mean, if you enjoy them, pop off. Like, don't let my hatred hold you back right now. Yeah, I used to love them. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely my favorite thing to do. But Blizzard kind of missed the mark there. Not really making it enticing to do them. Just a hater. You know me. Always baseless hate without having a reason.
I do this for your sake, child.
Oh, sorry, chat. Did you blink? Roderick Cube materials. No, there's nothing specifically bad about them. If you really like running them, run them. I mean, at the end of the day, they're an arena with a lot of mobs, so you get a lot of cool rewards. Certainly not horrible. Primordial Dust, sure, why not? I mean, that is crit damage, lucky hit chance, cooldown reduction. It's funny how legendary items, even with greater affixes, are mostly useless, and you're actually looking for yellow items with greater affixes and blue items, right? They're more exciting. Fire damage, crit damage, nope. Also sad.
You know where to find me.
And sad. We almost got our... What are we going to do with that? I mean, I still want a pants that has all resistance. So I want a pant that has all resistance to all elements base. You know? Because those are the best pens to craft on. Wow, that's pretty sad. We could probably get better rings as well. I mean, this ring has fire damage, crit damage multiplier, fire damage multiplier, crit chance. So we could potentially get a better one. But this one also has 4 to sigil skills, right? And 4 ranks to sigil skills applies to my apocalypse. So I have a hard time getting rid of this ring as it just rolled like really insane. We're still trying to get better hands of the Woebreaker and stuff like that. Okay, what do we have here? Nothing. Sadness. That's cute materials. And when you get so many sad ones and there's like not a single good one. I guess bearable. Let's go and kill some Helltide Lady. Can I use mythics on it? The helmet. Air of Perdition. Right now, no matter what build you play, just put the Air of Perdition on it. Is Astaroth worth it? No one does them these days. Again, same problem with Astaroth as with all the other thingies. You're kind of stuck in the dungeon. I mean, let's say you find a war plan that has 2 Nightmare Dungeons in a row. Then actually doing a Nightmare Dungeon escalation is worth it. But most of the time when I need loot from Astaroth, I'll just go to Belial and just hope that he poops out loot from Astaroth. I mean, for the Hemat Stone, for example, I would actually have to farm Bartik, which is the Infernal Hordes boss, right? But I don't want to farm Bartik, so I usually end up just going to Belial and just hoping that he poops out what I'm looking for. Any buffs nerfs to Warlock this patch? No, not really. Nothing significant. I mean, like, they fixed the Eviscerate aspect for the bonus bleed, and they broke it. So Warlock can do infinite Integra string damage currently. Why is that Duriel? I didn't want Duriel. Oh, Duriel nowadays counts as the Blood Maiden? That's so good. Because he didn't used to count as the Blood Maiden. Oops. Ah, well, I guess we're killing another one then. I did a Nightmare escalation with 2 nightmares in a row. It did not remember it counted it twice unless I was not paying attention. Okay, maybe you weren't paying attention. That's not really helpful, brother. That wasn't really helpful, because if you don't know if you're paying attention, or if you like don't like, yeah. Come on now, sir. What are we supposed to do with that piece of information? They changed in yesterday's update, which is a very good thing. I didn't read that part in the update. Which Warlock get busted? Yes, Red Rampage is now overtuned. But like, it's clearly a bug, so it's not like, oh, ha ha ha, maybe they intended this. No, they clearly did not intend this, because you do again negative Integra string damage thingies, which you're not supposed to do. Jose Tony, thank you for your subscription and support. Clacklaps also, Mr. Baines, thank you for the 36 months, 3 years of Summer Dubbers. Welcome back, lads. Oh, we're not in with a high damage version. Well, let's teleport out. Clear the inventory. Swap to the high damage version. Nuke his AS. If I'm pit early, every 15 or so there was a shrine. Oh yeah, I mean, like, shrines are right now in the pit like crazy, and I don't know why. I'm not sure what I missed, or if one of the things from the war plans is finally working better than it was supposed to. My chains are just flying in the wrong direction. You still can't find traces of Echo reliably. Me neither. The only way how I get into the Echoes is by asking Chad who has one, and then we do it. That has been my only way. Okay, in order to find a better Hemat Stone than the one I have right now, I would have to find one that also has 4 ranks to occult skills, right? Because that is surprisingly sick for the overall damage output. There's always a chance. Unless you need it with greater affixes. Okay, we had 2 Humid Stones. This is a crit damage multiplier one, and this is a complete sadness one. But at least they're 900. The others are sad. Have you upgraded your glyphs to 150? Nah. My glyphs are 111. I always upgrade my glyphs to where I can reasonably upgrade them in terms of pit 120 because I don't care about pushing deeper than pit 120 by much. So yeah, we mostly stop there. Like I really can't be asked to go much further. You know, Obol Reserve, let's do that. Let's gather copious amounts of Obolts, illegal amount of Obolts. What's the weapon you run? Right now it's a Bonebreaker. Great fire damage, weapon damage, and willpower. So a full damage weapon. Oh, I didn't go for the jumpy build. No. This hell type will be atrociously slow. Oh, they changed the map symbol for set charms too, I see. I know they announced they would, but I didn't believe them. Let's change one affix at least. I mean, you get tempers to make up for the affixes that you can't change. I'm totally totally content the way how it is currently. I guess the only problem is often that you just decide to not even run if it's in the amulet slot, because amulets can be an absolute nasty multiplier wise, right? So it feels a bit sad that you're like, okay, instead of playing my unique amulet, because I get like this killer amulet with like 100% crit multiplier and all that kind of stuff, right? I'm just gonna play that, and I just don't actually like kind of care. Look at that, almost at 2,000 Obolts. How do you see enemies casting these abilities? I just don't have to see them. I mean, I know that I'm mostly undying due to the way how I set up this build. I say mostly undying because there's an odd off chance of death, right? But mostly undying. So the reality is I just don't care about what pops up. And make the most out of it. Pretty much inventory with so many characters. I just have 2 mains and I'm struggling. I mean, who says I'm not struggling? I just throw a lot of things away. I mean, for example, I am not keeping 6 flash rate carapace to consistently upgrade them. So I should probably have one of each unique, like to then be able to just keep upgrading them. But for that, I simply don't have the space, right? So if I was only playing 1 or 2 characters, I definitely had an easier time to muck around with things. The change to doing defensive damage so you don't have to kaboom until you hit 100 stacks. I mean, versus bosses, you want to have the maximum outcome every single time. Versus normal rabble, I'm sometimes like content with 50 stacks or something. As you can see, it's more than enough. But versus bosses, I try to hit the 100 because it's just simply better. Yeah, I could technically also just kill this. So this is just chains, right? Look at like just chains. I'm not going to trigger the apocalypse. We're just throwing chains here. Chain, blazing stream. So I could do this also with chains. Quite simple. Like they do reasonable damage. Obviously, if I then like just press the nuke button, then he just vanishes. Right? Chain's good. We tried the new Lunatic Eviscerate tech. It's actually bad to do Lunatic Eviscerate tech. You can do Barrage Eviscerate tech. But it's not a new tech, my friend. It's a bug. You know? It's generous of you to call it a tech. When it's clearly a heavy bug. Okay, it's Occult or Hellfire, ladies and gentlemen. Lure of Occult. With impairment reduction. 2 to Hellfire, but we get a Beru with Hellfire, 2 to Occult, actually. See, there's still skill ranks I can get out of this, but at least I have 2 possible outcomes. I hate it when there's only one. It makes it so sad. 3 to Occult is Linta. Nice, ladies and gentlemen. So that's an improvement. We're sitting at 3,896. And now it's 3,963. Bangarang. We'd love to see it. Gotta take those little W's, my friends. Love how the Beagle feels to play. It isn't the speed farmer in the classic sense. Was very satisfying to be a bit tinky on the side. Oh, absolutely. Your 3rd Mythic Seal drop. Hey, at least you have 3 Mythic Seals drop, sir. It's more Mythic Seals than I have ever seen. I have a hard time, you know, I have a hard time being sad for you, Mr. 3 Mythic Seals. Okay, that thingy is just poisoning me to death. Like, I don't even know what it is poisoning me with, right? Like, it didn't even hit me. I just lost HP from existing. Yeah, it's like lightning, ice, and whatever on top of that with cheese and cream. When I can teleport, because why wouldn't it teleport? So because that one is shit, we'll just not care. We'll just move past it. You know how it is. Sometimes you just gotta say like, you know what? Fuck it. I hate you. And just fringe benefit no good when it's even coming remotely too close. Oh no, I got touched. Very unlucky. What do you do? Absolutely set charms 3, 2, 1 in the cube. What? Try again. You're asking him. I usually like I just re-roll them. 3, 2, 1 is not really worth it because if you 3, 2, 1 charms, like how lucky would you have to be to really get a good outcome? So I mostly just completely re-roll them until I get what I'm looking for. Jesus Christ, what are they doing? What is this pit? Ah, we wanted to change the rune for our Neo F for our Barrier. Because I'm like currently the way how I'm playing the Barrier, I am not allowed to lose life for my Barrier to trigger, right? But I am technically losing life consistently for triggering the Sigil of Chaos. And then I'm rehealing that life. But due to losing life for the Sigil of Chaos, we're actually bleeding ourselves a bit. And therefore the Barrier doesn't trigger as often as it should. Probably have to change that. The only thing I really hate about this build is the manual casting of the Dark Prison. I wish I could automatize that. The problem is I need the barrier and I need the doggies because otherwise I'm not getting vulnerable. So that's a bit sadness, right? I get 2 mythic seals. One was from World Boss, one was from a Greater Lair. Not seen one from Mephisto yet. Me neither. Me neither, I have to admit. You know, Mephisto the dude that's supposed to drop them? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think the best way to really get them is Echoing Hatred. Undeniable. So you would have to like really, whenever there's a chance to go into Echoing Hatred, you have to go. And then just hope for the best. It should reasonably be the best way. Well, we keep asking chat for Echoing Hatred. It's like, chat, do you have Echoing Hatred? Yeah? Yeah, no, no, no. Come on, chat. Just one time. And we just jump from Echoing Hatred to Echoing Hatred. Wonder how deep Barbarians can now push Echoing Hatred, because you gotta consider that every Barb can now play Glint's Anvil as well. So the Celic Barbs are getting more tanky, and the non-Celic Barbs are also getting more tanky. I don't know what he hit me with, but with something. I can hit you back with something if you want to. Here, let me show you. Yeah. I can hit you back with something. Oh, we should have used our obolds. Okay, that is 111. See, this is where I usually just stop upgrading my glyphs. Because now, in order to meaningful upgrade my glyphs further, right, I'd have to start doing PID 125. Because if I then do PID 125, then I can upgrade the glyphs all the way to 16. And then I'd have to do a PID 130 to upgrade them to 121. And so on, right? Okay, what are we rolling, ladies and gentlemen? Taking suggestions. I still want the pans upgraded. I mean, we are sitting at, yeah, our elemental resistances are somewhat non-existent. I mean, our armor is kind of decent, I guess. Also not. I would have to, what did I reroll on the boots? Probably have to reroll the armor to resistance to all elements. Yeah, we want to pens with like resistance to all elements, right? Let's try to get a base one. Maximum life. We don't want maximum. And maximum life doesn't hurt, but again, like if you don't have a resistance pens, you don't have a resistance pens. Okay, potion capacity, life regeneration, willpower. Bunch of sadness. I haven't had time to watch the video yet. Is the weapon specialization in the video for the Bob, or am I missing it in the planner? I know I'm a bad friend right now. Oh. Kitty, the Barb has crit chance on every single weapon. Do you prefer the Titan's Grasp build or the Apocalypse build? I have more fun with the Titan's Grasp build, for sure. Won't deny, though, that the Apocalypse is probably stronger. Stronger in terms of, like, higher overhead. So if I would now be playing in a team, let's say we do Echoing Hatred, then the Titan's Grasp build would probably be less efficient than actually playing the Apocalypse build. Right? You have a hard time scaling your damage. It's probably because you're not rocking the multipliers. So optimally, glove double multiplier, ring double multiplier, amulet double multiplier, if not triple multiplier. All of this plays a very important role. The only way to not die to random lunatics is, by the way, by playing the, what's it called again? By playing the Endurant Faith Charm. See, like, this is also, like, this random fire death that we have here. Just happens, right? Wrong build. Right build. Don't we just all love it? Just jumping into them. One chain, two chain, boom. Or just from the distance, one chain, two chain. Someone's summoning the Helltide Lady. Please don't mind if I do. Come on. Screen clutter, optional. And out we go. So fire and vuln or crit. All. Each vuln multiplier is additive with the other vuln multipliers. But vuln is multiplicative with crit. And crit multiplies with vuln and all damage and fire damage. So optimally, you want a healthy mix of all of them. That's the best way to go about it. Just a healthy mix. So we've been getting like focuses, foci, focusin, focusus, like crazy. We're still waiting for the Cremators aspect, chat. As you can see, it is very frustrating that we don't have it in maxed out. But I'm not sure how I'm supposed to get it maxed out. I mean, we could try to transfigure my old weapon. Where's my old weapon? Well, weapon. Maybe I could get a like gem strength multiplier on it. Oh, it's already transfigured. I remember that one got a greater affix. That one was actually transfigured already because it got a greater affix, which was kind of sad. Is damage over time multi the same as all damage multi or fire multi? No, damage over time multi is the same as crit multi, but damage over time. So it doesn't fall into all damage. Oh, I'm 98% sure about that. For anyone who can answer it, is Necro good in the crit meta? Yes, Necro's insane. Necro's doing extremely well. Super fun to play. Quite strong. I mean, Torment 12 with ease. Can do it from the distance. Also, you can play Glint's Anvil now on the Necro, which allows you to go for resolve stacking to easily get your life up. And you have multiple ways to actually stack resolve with the Necro, which makes him super tanky. The Necro pretty much has a jackpot there right now. If you like to stay alive and do damage, Necro get you covered. I finally got my mythic seal. Did you get the good one, brother? Please tell me you get the good one. So after we're done here with this Helltide, we gotta start a discussion on what rune we would want to use to trigger our shield. Okay, Chad? I don't know why I actually gave up on Warlock. It's fun. Oh, Warlock is brilliant fun. You gotta play the build that vibes with you, right? I mean, for me, it was Tyranny's Grasp that made me like absolutely fall in love with Warlock. All the other builds have just been like interesting. Tyranny's Grasp was the real kicker. Then we did also the Profane Sentinel build, so I'm not sure if you've seen that before, but we have a build where we pretty much just use the Profane Sentinel to laser Mephisto. It's very fun. I mean, it was explicitly made to actually laser Mephisto on Torment 12. Not like, you know, that's the job of the build. Destroy Mephisto. Pretty manic. But sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do to that mother trucker. Absolute annoying nerd. What's a good mythic seal? The one that reduces sets. Because if you get the mythic seal that reduces sets, I can now play 4 lore, 4 nameless to actually get the 400% damage bonus. And then I could play one of the Horizon's chains, which would give me movement speed, attack speed, execution, increased dominance generation, and at the same time, for every greater demon summon, it would increase my damage. We summon 4 greater demons, so it's 120% damage increase just like that. So we get the 400%, we get the 120% damage increase. Boom shakalaka. You know? Just very, very clunking good. Meanwhile, just like getting more mobile and getting more efficient and more everything. And that's what, like, this is like a damage gain that at some point you can only reach with a mythic seal, because like it doesn't make your build worse, it just makes your build better, right? This is what you have to understand about the like how absolutely stupid good the thing is, because it doesn't do anything bad to your build. You're strong, and then you're stronger. That's it. Which is just bullshit, right? There should be maybe a downside from using a mythic seal, but there's literally none. I mean, you have the seal that actually allows you to equip 2 uniques. Well, the downside is that you can use 1 less charm. Okay, I understand. Then you have the seal that allows you to equip 3 uniques. Well, to the downside of equipping 2 less charms, right? And then there is the one that makes sets have 1 less thingy. Yeah, and that's perfect. So pardon me, but where's that balanced in any way, right? Where's the balancing there? Can't wait to try your barb build. Honestly, the barb is yet to this moment one of my more favorite builds I've played from a gameplay perspective as well. So the actual gameplay of the barb is fun and challenging. Can be made easier with a controller by leaps and bounds. But yeah, I gotta say, I did not expect to enjoy barb that much. That summoner archetype is fantastic. I mean, if they don't nerf the summoner version, I might actually start with barb next season, right? It would be my league start. I mean, obviously, I'm not really a one-class Andy, so you'll always see me playing all the classes, Chad. Right? There's no world in which I'll just stick with one. Those times are over. That's just not how Diablo is in any way fun to play. At least for me. So my Warlock has a lot of duration on aura, but the fire aura skill stopped making my core skill explode around me. What? That's why I love watching you always try everything. Dude, Just wait for Path of Exile and the Pokemon Master. The Pokemon Master! Yes, there's a build that's called the Pokemon Master in Path of Exile now, chat. I don't like the name, but it is what it is. It's already coined for the next season. Boop. Is poison stacking before or just one stack of poison? Isn't there an aspect that stacks the poison more? I'm not entirely sure about poison right now. I played that poison trap rogue and it was insane, but I genuinely don't remember the intricacies of why, where, when, what, right? It's been a while. Crocodile. So please excuse me for not remembering correctly. Oh, look, this could be Varshan, chat. Oh, Echoing Hatred. Ladies and gentlemen, I have Echoing Hatred. Chat, listen. Listen, we got it. We got it. Okay, gang, I need 3 players. I need 3 players that are ready for Torment 12 Echoing Hatred. Do I go in with my Dude Man Bro Beans, or do I go in with my Barbarian now? I mean, since we're on this dude here, I guess we gotta go in with a dude, right? Tier 12 Dread Claws works well, especially if you fully super ultra max it out. So I wouldn't say that Dread Claws is in any way a bad choice. First, let's change this one here. It's Neo currently, and this one is Sir. I could put Sir on the other, and then we could just put Igni on the Wolves, but I don't like Igni on the Wolves. Katie, are you Torment 12 ready? Are you demonizing Torment 12? We need absolutely Torment 12 demons now. Afro, you too? Okay, Rise, let's see. I'll be having to judge you harshly now. You know the rules. What did I do? We got Igni here, and then we went with Gem, Sir here. Okay, let's see. We got Rise. Rise was our friend. Yeah, I remember Rise had like a beginner setup, chat, not even gem quality. Yeah, I know, kind of sad, but don't say it in his face, okay? Then we got Kitty. What was Kitty doing here? Jay, we're currently full. Kitty is, ooh, Eldrin with 7 to all skills. Damn, Kitty, you monster. Damn, Kitty. You get some good stuff here. 3 to conjuration skills. You tempered you transfigured that on. Oh, that's nasty. 14 quality on this one is pretty good. Okay, Afro, what we got from you? Also, another Sork, 7 to all skills here. You get the cold resistance. No, you had the cold resistance. You got cooldown reduction tempered on. Damn. Transfigured on. All stats. You get yourself 4 core skills. Damn. Looks good. Indestructible, you get robbed. Okay, wait. A planner link isn't the actual skill tree. Locka, the planner has the boom version. Override. Wait. So this is the other version. The planner has the boom version, not the zoom version. Okay, team. Going in. Should go in with a barb, probably. Those core skills right now. I know the core skills are a joke. I understand that. I understand that. So this time we get the gang from the friend list chat. These are my friend listers. Katie, a long-term player. We got Epic Dreamer yesterday already. Mr. Afrovich is also a community member for quite a while. Everyone there. So this is my first self-found Echoing Hatred in a hot minute. Oops, I did totally not intend to take that. You want the special portal skin? Nah. I just want the loot. mean, right now, I'm going to be useless. Like, so for the time being here, obviously my chains just one-hit everything. So there's not much you can do as the apocalypse, right? I can just go around, chain things, and try to get as much resource as possible. This is where the build is actually good in the version where we're playing, because you can see I have a lot of resource, so I can put my chains down. And whenever something gets spawned, it gets instantly taken down. So we just have like a faster progress. Probably snack a mythical seal. That would be cool. Then we could at least experiment with it and see like if some cool things were viable. Should I use my mythic tribute in Torment 10? The difference between Torment 10 and 11 and 12 is not there. So yes, you can use it on Torment 10. Keep in mind though, before you use your mythic tribute, you want to have this one. Okay? You want to have the gutter filth at least. Preferable also the trials and tributes, because that can partially lead to bonus mythics. But at least you want the gutter filth. Because without gutter filth, you're not going to get like the bonus portal pranksters, and then you're only going to get like one mythic, probably, if you're lucky, 2 mythics. But with a portal pranksters, gutter filth, you could get like 5 to 6. Okay? If you don't have it yet, go for war plans with Undercity. Try to like get it up as fast as possible to 4, and then put it in. Okay? That's the only thing I would recommend you as steps to take before going in there. Okay? Hope that makes sense. Nope. What should you focus on now after being Lord of Hatred? You go back to Temis and do war plans. That's literally what you do. You do war plans now in Temis to actually level up your trees, because your trees are going to determine the reward structure of the game and pretty much like allow you to get more goodies. That's why we do it. And that reward structure is actually immense, like what you can do with that. I mean, we just talked about mythics, right? You can go from 1 mythic per run to 4 to 5 mythics per run. Did a video on this build? No, we don't have a video on this build. We have the planner up, but it does only tell you, like, it just shows you the gear pretty much that we're running. We will make a video on the build. Before I do that, I wanted to make it more tanky, so that was the prerogative. It was important for me. I really wanted to get the build to a certain level where I feel entirely happy with what we're doing. And we're almost there. Not fully, but almost. We still need to get a weapon with gem strength on it, because if I get a weapon with gem strength on it, that'd be obviously immense. What's the point of this event? You can see here the torment tier rising, correct? And there is goblins appearing. So you murder these goblins. The goblins, each goblin that you murdered gives you a goblin loot sack. And the higher tier you actually go in the on the side, the bigger the reward structure will be. So you're gonna get the loot sacks, and the higher tier you go, the more loot sacks you get, right? And then on top of loot sacks, you also get the basic loot big box that has a lot of cool stuff too. So yeah, you essentially want to reach the highest tier possible for you and your team, and you preferably want to do it in a team, because then you can press the revive button as you just seen there. Warlock Bloodlines build now rocking? It's not rocking, it's bugged. There's a big difference between rocking and straight bugged, okay? It's the evisceration fragment that eviscerates too hard now. And the evisceration has like an insane compounding interest, but instead of actual compounding, it's over triggering in a way that actually makes it go too crazy, and like unintended too crazy. I'm still waiting for a review from Blizzard on this one, you know? Yeah. So yeah, that's currently what's happening there. It is not the fragment in itself. I mean, like, it seems to be that the Warlock Evisceration bug has something to do with the Pain Gorger's gauntlets. That's why everyone is using the Lunatics. We could actually try out the build in unbugged if you want to, chat. Okay? I miss your PoE content. End of the month, you're going to get PoE content galore. It's going to be a whole month of PoE. You're going to be like, at the end of the month, like, at the end of June, you're going to be like, Pony, It's enough. When will you stop? And then I'm just going to laugh like a maniac because I've lost it completely at that point. Right? Okay, I'm actually not sure what we're dying to, but it might be just elemental damage because we don't have like enough elemental resistance. And I will admit that the resistance structure on my character right now is awful. Actually awful, ladies and gentlemen. Like, I'm pretty much vulnerable to lightning. What's the highest tier you can reach, or is it endless? Well, I know that people reach usually like, what, 139 something, 140 maybe? I don't know if anyone has reached 150 because you get to like, yeah. It's harsh out there. I mean, as you can see, like there is a limit in, like you need to survive and you need to do damage at the same time. It can be harsh. And the bosses are truly like getting some outrageous numbers. Everyone's going to be gone from D4 when PoE2 launches. Not really J-Ghost. There are a lot of people that have zero interest in Path of Exile. But it's this conundrum that actually people think that the Path of Exile, the ARPG players play every ARPG, but they don't. But I can tell you from experience that most people still choose to play one ARPG. There are obviously the permanent online people like me who play more than one ARPG, but most stick to one because they simply don't have time for the commitment of multiple. Here, despite doing like the 100 trillions, right, that the boss who wants to survive. Now, I gotta say the Warlock just doesn't feel good for the echoing hater with 4 people because the Warlock is just on the offhand too squishy, whereas my Barbarian would just laugh about this in terms of tankiness. I mean, at least we're getting some things done. So much content. I mean, we can't be complaining about content, that's for sure. We're feasting good. See, if I survive, I can just mass trigger the rituals at some point. Because of like how many enemies are there, right? I put some chains in and then I can just pop off. It's like 100 apocalypse after the next. How different is PoE from D4? 2 complete different games. I mean, they're pretty much ARPGs, and that's it. Right? One is a red apple, one is a green apple, I guess. I'll look at it that way. They're both apples. They look and taste quite different. PoE harder than D4? No. ARPGs are not hard. Damn. That's an insane anathema of the primes in max rolled, actually. Jesus fucking Christ. That's a crazy one for sure. Holy moly. It's as good almost as my thingy, dude. That's for the red rampage build. Damn, man. Anathema, you absolute monster. Okay, thank you, lads, ladies, for this push. Crispy, it's definitely not a bad drop because you can actually play this, right? So usually you wouldn't play Anathema of the Primes because you will never get the stats. But with this one, in a physical damage build, I can actually play the Anathema of the Primes. So for the bombardment build, for example, here, this one, the the actual bombardment build that goes for bombardment. So let me get you up to snuff, guys. What's happening bombardment-wise? Why are things happening? So right now, Warlock can do some crazy things. So we get here a video, just an update for Warlock, quickly. It's from our buddies over at Rage Gaming, who do make quite some intriguing builds as well. So there is the, you see here this Guardian, right? And then the Guardian just suddenly vanishes, and you have like negative Integra damage. And it just like doesn't make sense why it does that. Right? See, this is Artificer's Pit. Look at that. Do you see it? See it? This is Pit 150. Okay, here, this is Pit 150. Look at the HP. Now, why is this happening? Why is this happening? So, we get minions, enemies, abilities that can eviscerate. Eviscerate is a skill that does a percentual amount of damage. Here, an enemy instantly damages, eviscerating an enemy instantly damages them for 20% of their total bleeding life and then applies bleeding damage over 12 seconds. Okay? And usually, this would hurt the enemy some. And now, they fixed this one here. Evisceration. Okay? If you fail to eviscerate an enemy, you still apply 25% of its bleeding damage for 3 seconds. Now, where does this become interesting? Okay? If you fail to eviscerate, it becomes interesting with the fragment of the soul shard. The soul shard, Legion Shard fragment says, every lesser demon skill has a 2% chance to eviscerate. Now think about it. Okay? What does this mean? That means that if you're throwing this skill at the opponent, the command Fallen, that all 4 Fallen that come out of this will trigger the aspect. Because they have a 2% chance. So if the enemy is eviscerated already and you fail to eviscerate because you only have a 2% chance to re-eviscerate, then you're going to bleed him bonus. Now the thing is that seems to be completely bugged because of the Pain Gorger's Gauntlets. No confirmation yet. And it over-eviscerates. That suddenly enemies just vanish. Right? But if it's actually a bug caused by the Pain Gorger's Gauntlets, we could try this out on a bombardment build to actually see like if we could make something meaningful out of that still. Because sure, it might be bugged, but that doesn't mean we can't actually make a good, decent build with the unbugged version of it. Realistically. So we're going to see if we can mess around with that as well today. I mean, what we certainly need to do is, we certainly, for the love of God, need to open up these beauties here now. Because this is, by the way, where you can also get a mythic seal now, chat, from these. Okay. It's not impossible. Oh. Do my tired eyes spot there, ladies and gentlemen. So, but which one is that now? Sir, it's not a new Warlock build. It's a bug. You can now have more than 5 sockets but equip 2 charms. Well, I have this one already. Let's... We just talked about that Warlock build, my friend. It's a bug. It's not a build. The difference between a bug and a build. So, well, unlucky. Who moved the stash chest in Temis? It's because they also moved the... What's it called again? The smith, so you wouldn't accidentally click on him. Burek, you can't even see? Well, you're in the vertical stream, Burek, in case you missed it. Which means that you know, you see things vertically. Oh my goodness, I'm trying to change my chart and get where I want to get. Just stop stopping me. Thank you very much. And we arrived at a dead world boss. Great. Is this how you want to have it? No efforts put in. 30 seconds later. Easy GG. Thank you very much. I have no complaints. Oh, this could be a Varshan or something, depending on... Ah, just a grotesque deader. Kinda weak. And out we go. Collection of boots of salvage, yes. Couldn't the collection of salvage have like quite a lot usually? Thank you very much. Nothing interesting though. Technically, I could kick out my pens and put on the Tesset of the Dawning Sky. It's a flash red carapace, but it's again a terrible flash red carapace. What we're going to do is we're going to take these 3 flash red carapaces, which are all terrible, and transmute them into an equally terrible flash red carapace. Let's not forget that we still have even more thingies to open, Chad. So we just got a mythic seal. Oh, there's another. There's another interesting drop there. Nah, it just looked like it was another mythic. Got this like blue shine around it. Oh, might I have gotten another Crux of the False Prophet? Was I at 4 before? There's a world where I get another Crux, chat. Because why wouldn't you get another Crux of the False Prophet? So, what do we have? Flash Red. We have that one. We got the 464. Dude, we're equipped today. One thing we gotta do is we gotta still transfigure the Hemat Stone to a different one, because right now we play this overpower stacking one, but it's actually bad. So I wonder which is like the best Warlock one we would be taking. You know? You can overpower for each Wrath you're overgaining, which is useless. I have overpower stacks. I mean, technically, you could go for increased crowd control duration while enemies are unstoppable. You deal damage to them. So if you actually over crowd control, then that kind of works. But still, crowd control enemies grounds 2 stacks of resolve. Which, like, resolve stacks do multiply up your armor minimally. It's not good. It's not bad. Oh, that's a max rolled Seed of Horizon. That's actually pretty good. No complaints. So we still need a better pair of pants by any means possible. It's like the only thing I could get better at the given point here right now. I mean, we could technically reroll my movement speed into... We could reroll my movement speed into barrier generation, and that would be not a terrible thought. Because if you have more barrier generation, then surprisingly you make more barium. Can you recommend a Whirlwind build for D4? I'm not playing Whirlwind. I played the Ancient Barbarian. We just uploaded a video on the Ancient Barbarian, which is currently the #1 in the leaderboard. So I guess if you want to play a Barb, maybe give that one a try. is very good. Predicate, very good. Do you like the Minion Necro or the Apocalypse Warlock more? The Minion Necro is vastly more fun to play. The Apocalypse Warlock is most likely better from a number perspective. So it depends a little bit on if you're playing solo or with a team. Because more builds are viable if you play solo. Because you don't rely on others. Like, right? You don't need to reach certain damage ceilings if you play solo. You're already happy like with double-digit trillions, pretty much. If you then play with others regularly, you need different tanky characters. Ariad's Pens and Banished Lords. I mean, the Banished Lords is optimal, optional. The Ariad's Pens takes you a few transfigures in the cube. I mean, I made 4 Ariad's Pens in a row. Now, I know that's an outlier. It's not a guarantee that you get 4 Ariad's Pens in a row, but it wasn't really difficult, right, to make that. Kind of made itself. I genuinely don't know what actually hit me there. Because I just didn't see anything, right? I know something was there, and I know something hit me there, but I don't know what, where, when, what's their name. Whatsoever. Kobolds. My favorite build at the moment, the Boulder Druid. And that's not even close. It's a super fun build, and it's a super fun build to also make stronger while being ultra tanky. And when I say ultra tanky, it's pretty much undying. When having the Boulder Druid die now with the update is you pretty much have to just suicide to die. Right? When you repair your armor, well, so this one means cracked armor. It doesn't mean broken armor. So I can run around with this as long as I want without a single downside to my survival. Unless it turns red, and then I'm doomed. Why don't I repair it? Because I mostly forget. I'm lazy. And then I tell you that it really doesn't matter because it doesn't. Because for some reason people seem to believe that orange means bad. But orange just means orange. Orange just means... Aha, you thought you had me, but you don't. Planner does not tell the right one. The planner tells you the boom version of the build for bosses and the pit. But the planner doesn't tell you the zoom version of the build for the outside world. Aggie, thank you for the 120 months of support. Aggie, good to see you there. 124 months. That's quite impressive. That's quite impressive. We found sturdy pans. I sometimes wonder if life regeneration wouldn't actually be good. Right, John? Would life regeneration maybe be good?
Care for a game of chance?
Hmm.
No. Oh, and you get a legendary prize for the
Fire resistance, impairment reduction, dodge chance. Bunch of sands. With them fixing Terrastorm, is there a build that could use that pretty well? I think I saw some testing. There is, like, the problem is that Terrastorm still disappears. Sometimes on swapping things. It's just not good enough. So I haven't tested it personally, but I've had some fellow creators do the testing. And the conclusion seems to be not good enough yet. But better than before. So, I mean, when we're saying not good enough, it just doesn't vibe as hard as some of the others. So instead of boosting my damage, let me pull out like a lot of damage boosting ones out here. And let's get a few more defensive nodes on the side. I mean, we still have like this defensive node, right? There's another resistance to elements if I so wish to. We get here all the resistances, all the things taken. We get here the resistances taken. Life resistances life. No, the maximum that we can essentially take from this. Because sadly or not, we require every single node. Because otherwise my defense is not defending hard enough. At least we have quite some more dust today. So not a crazy amount of dust. We have a starter for this build. No. But you can play this extremely early. That's Horadric Regents. I'm actually looking for a ground amount of salvage, and I don't seem to be getting that. Let's do a pit 125 for the shits and giggles. Thank you for the awesome dude filter. It works so well. Appreciate it. And the loot filter is still very basic, but it does exactly what you need it to do. Filters. Yeah, I genuinely don't know what killed me there. It's like when we're trying to push deeper into the pit, we really need to just like get the last remnants of our defenses up. Maybe instead of having like a flawless thingy in there, we should put something better.
Here's what remains. Beautiful.
For some reason, we're playing it flawless. So our resistances are sitting at 2,000. That's so low. Just so low. Defense ugly, gang, ladies and gentlemen. But I don't have any better defense to offer. It's just not that easy, okay? How much longer is the health tied up? 11 minutes. I really find the war plans a bit tedious. I mean, you just do them. They give you a reason to do stuff. And then you get the skill trees to be able to get more out of them. Right? And the war plans are just there to make activities more rewarding. The activities themselves, if you don't like them or if you find them tedious, you know, they're functionally not changing much. That's what I said about the war plans. So the war plans are a good addition to the game. However, if you don't actually like the base activities that Diablo has to offer, then the war plans are not really doing much for you because you still have to do the actual base activities in slightly different, right? If you don't like the Helltide, then you know, the war plan is not magically going to make you like the Helltide. War plan's not being account-wide is stupid. On the one hand, yes. On the other hand, it feels okay on a new character. It doesn't feel as bad as I was expecting it to. So, that's that. I find the activity tedious as in an ARPG is crazy. Yeah, it's just like, I have a feeling that a lot of people that play ARPGs don't actually like ARPGs per se. You know what I mean? I mean, tedious, that's describing how ARPGs are. They are tedious. I mean, you're spending, like, we spend today 3 hours of our time trying to get an upgrade to our gear. And so far in these 3 hours, we have gotten a power boost of 5 to 10%, roughly. And we haven't gotten an actual single new item, so my build hasn't meaningfully improved in any way. The only difference that we have is that I made my jumpy build more jumpy. And that's it, right? Sork currently has a problem that the core skills are not core skilling, so I would probably not choose a Sork right now as something to try personally. You know what? I want to transfigure this one, even though I haven't found the cremators. Let's transfigure it and see what comes out of it. 24 quality. That's not bad. You know what? That's not bad. 24 quality. I really like your videos this season. Thank you for the content. Well, I appreciate it. Lies. Well, now I'm not sure if you're lying or not. But I appreciate it. So thank you. If that is the truth. For your subscription as well. Now, I've been very happy with the videos too this season so far. I mean, we've had a lot of good copies, good topics to cover. So it's been overall enjoyable. I mean, I definitely gotta say, if I compare my videos to last DLC release, we have improved as a content creator. We're covering more important topics. We're not like, you know, we're not getting stuck too much in not wanting, like, even if a build is maybe not my favorite to play, we're still gonna present it to the people. Like this one here. I'm not a big fan of the Apocalypse build. I think it's squishy. It's kind of like not the most fun to play. But I made a version that I tremendously enjoy, right? I mean, I have other builds that I enjoy way more playing, and I have other builds that are way better than this right now, correct? However, it is still a good experience. And since I know a lot of people like this, you know, archetype, we choose to still play it, disregarding off if it's now like my favorite to play or not. And you wouldn't have seen me do that in the last DLC, because if I was too bored of something not happening. But yeah, we change, we grow up, we get better. What does item quality do? Item quality improves the item by percentage. So you can imagine that the item quality of, what was it, 24? Now boosts every single aspect, every single affix on the item by 24%. So your crit multiplier is crit multiplying harder, your willpower is willpowering more, and so on. If I don't get like myself killed in any way, we can do the pit 120 in under 3 minutes. And that feels good, right? But we're still, again, not at the level of tankiness where I'd like to be, because we can just randomly die. Why the green gem in a weapon? Because I didn't have a red gem. My other red gems are somewhere else right now, so I just don't have a red gem. Crucify me if you must. I played too many different builds, so I might end up not having the perfect gems like I would like to have. Simply due to the virtue of playing more than one build. And also because I haven't farmed Sears Reach dungeon like some other creators have, like 24/7, making their hometown in the Sears Reach. I mean, we could try to get ourselves another ruby, I guess. We could actually test if Sears Reach still works. Did anyone test it already? Does Sears Reach still work with the patch? Because there was a fear that they would actually nerf Sears Reach reasonably, though, as it might or might not be. It still works? No. Notice the squishing of Apocalypse. Well, you have a problem. What is the problem? You have to play the Flash Red Carapace because it's a 90% damage multiplier. But playing the Flash Red Carapace is willpower, maximum life, and now thorns and fire resistance. So fuck me, right? Then you kind of get to play a normal pants. Okay, that's good. You get to play normal boots. So you can have like XXX on it, right? So I could get a better pants. I could definitely get... Nah, I couldn't get a much better boots. Maybe replace like willpower armor through something else. But it's kind of like decent. It has 4 cool skills. Yeah, so not getting the carapace. Then you have the Air of Petition, which does nothing for you. Also, right? It has maximum life. Yay. That's at least good. So yeah, we're missing like a bunch of defense here. I preferable I would have a chest like with a greater affix to armor right now. And yeah. The problem is, you currently have active sigils gain 1 kill every second, and unused kills are safe when they expire. Why is this important? Because you have this set, and the set says casting a sigil skill begins a ritual for 60 seconds that grant 100% damage, which intensifies by up to 200% as the ritual nears its end. Completing sigils progresses the ritual by 6 seconds, and when the timer ends, your next sigil skill unleashes the power within Wibbity Wobbity, right? So the actual Flash Red Carapace does push this forward with a 1 kill per second. So even if I don't do like a single thing, right, to progress my my stuff. So let's say I just go in, right? And I'm now want to get this effect to like stack to the 200%, 400% value. So we're gonna do this, right? We're gonna cast it. We're gonna start the effect, and like even without killing things, it progresses forward, as you can see, right? This is progressing forward. And if my sigils here, if my things get completed, it like does progress actually forward. And the only reason they get completed is because of the Flash Red Carapace. So if I now put off the Flash Red Carapace, and we're just gonna wait for this here one to be done. No. We're gonna wait for it to prime. Then we're gonna trigger it. And we're gonna like do a lot of sigils again. We're gonna trigger it. And it goes like as quick as it goes, but these here are not getting done anymore. So they just expire. Right? So there's no bumping of timer. But if you have the Flash Red Carapace on, and we just make here sigils, and then we make sigils again, it just like, see, it just pumps this forward. So it gives us more often this like the maximum damage bonus that we're looking for, and that you're like primed for this maximum damage bonus. So that's a grand total we're actually going to be doing. Why you want this to like automatically push forward. And technically, if you actually summon like your thingy here, it does it also faster. So if you do the bombardment, right, and then you're like pushing these sigil skills like. It's a bugged interaction, Vic. So the real interaction that you look for, we can actually show you the real interaction. I need a glove, different glove. We get the build safe, right? I am currently on the APA push version. Okay, so the real build that you're looking for is gloves. Any kind of glove here right now. That one doesn't matter. Actually, yeah, matter. Then we're going to put the evisceration fragment on it. So eviscerate. So what you're realistically would be looking for is playing the fragment. This one. Okay. And then you would play the bombardment. And you would play Rat Rampage. Yep. Then we got Red Rampage together with Bombardment. And the basic idea you would have... Lead. Actually, boss does work. So what happens now is that you eviscerate a boss or a lead instantly. Okay? So if I cast the Rampage, it will eviscerate that. And then after, like, you eviscerate that instantly, you're going to throw with the evisceration fragment into it. And they will fail to eviscerate. That fail to eviscerate will trigger the aspect of mutilation to then bleed them harder. So we're going to cast this. They get eviscerated. And then you're just going to spam in your bombardment. And, like, just with the goal of, like, just stacking this up further and further and further. Whereas the target dummy is not getting eviscerated right now. Let me see if we can actually eviscerate the elite dummy. Also doesn't eviscerate the elite. Actually, he does eviscerate the elite dummy. I gotta go for the... So you, like, have this stack here. This is the bleed stack that's happening, right? The one in the background. If I now throw in the bombardment, my bombardment continuously grows this. So do you see this tick here, the tiny number that's, like, here above the thingy? That's the number is, like, that evisceration that you technically feed the bleed into further, further, and further with the bombardment. Not sure how much the target dummy is taking it. So that's the base idea behind it. Only that now it over triggers with I think it's a Pain Gorgeous Gauntlet. The Lunatic makes it over trigger. But yeah, it doesn't really... It's a bug. A bug. Not a feature. A bug. Oh, I didn't save the changes I did, huh? Oops. I didn't change the changes. Save the changes I did. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. Override. Do we save it for the jumpy version? No, we also didn't save it for the jumpy version. The jumpy version. Let's go into Nightmare Dungeon. Do you think they'll patch it? I'm not sure if they're going to patch it in the current cycle or if they're just going to, like, let it rip for now. I mean, it's not an... Well, it's not a problem per se because it doesn't... So, how do I say this now? If builds are causing servers to lag because they're doing certain things that are unintended, that's bad because it would impact the game experience of others, right? If now one Warlock build is currently bugged and does things it shouldn't do, that's a nuisance, yeah, but it doesn't affect my gameplay, if that makes sense, right? So do I need this fixed ASAP if I was a leaderboard grinder? Maybe. Do I need to have this fixed ASAP now as someone who just really doesn't care about the leaderboard? Why? What do I care? Right? I mean, if someone wants to abuse it to finish pit 150, congratulations. Here's your medal, sir. You're amazing. Look at that. Why don't you just ask the lady from Venezuela if she gives you her like Nobel Peace Prize, you know, to feel accomplished? But yeah, Each to their own. I'm gonna play Tortured Reg. I don't have the dominance to do so, because in a pit push, I consistently use my dominance for my summon Veloch, so I have the 16 overpower stacks. That's where, to be honest, like, I can't afford anything for... a wretch. Also, a wretch is just a stopgate measure for terrible equipment. Kind of. I mean, realistically, you could say, hey, we don't want Veloch, but it increases our maximum overpower by 8. And maximum wrath by 80. So alone that is tremendous, because having 8 more stacks is insane, right? And I'm not sure, do I get the 8 stacks when I also pull it out of my skill bar? Does it stay here? Or it just stays. So technically, if you find a different aspect, we could play the Reg. But also, when you actually cast Veloch, he overfills your overpower by 4, right? Ta-da. Never bad to have. And he fortifies us, plus he increases the wrath generation, right? So that's cool, because I just can regenerate my wrath faster. I technically don't need the wrath generation. Why reward Blizzard with money for expansion when it's less content than you get on competitors in the genre for free? I've had over 100 of hours of DLC so far for the price of 40 bucks. So I guess my money was well spent. The question should rather be, why do you care so much what other people spend their money on? I've never seen if there's like a build with Morlu's Flash Ward. You cannot recover over 65 of your maximum life, but your defensive skills deal 400% increased damage. Is there any defensive skill that we have that actually works for that? I mean, technically Morlu's Flash Ward wants to play a Tortured Wretch, right? I wonder if with a Flash Ward, you could like technically make a Tortured Wretch spam build on the Death Saws. If there's a world where that works. Prison might do something. No, Prison doesn't even do damage. Well, actually, the Calamity Cage could do damage. True. I mean, the Wall of Agony, like, technically, you could do a spam of the demons, because the Death Saws, if you have, like, you can reduce their cost by 30%, right? Then you could also increase their duration. Plus, you could go into Metamorphosis, Destruction Demon, also 20% reduced dominance cost. Then you would spam the Tortured Wretches like there's no tomorrow, because you reduce the to 8. I think it costs only 8 to summon them. And you'd like just spam Death Saws like there's no tomorrow, and like play the, what is it called again? Death Saws is a Greater Demon. So you would play the set that gives you more damage multiplicative per Greater Demon. And that's like 30%, 120%, then per saw. And you can have like 5 to 6 saws up at the same time easily. So that's another 180% on top. So it's 200% on top. It's 180% on top. It is the like 6 of them just then mowing into the opponent. And they would get 400% bonus damage. I just like the idea of this one here. There's literally like, you cannot recover above your maximum life, but defensive skills deal 400% increased damage. Isn't Morlu's Flesh Ward, that's a chest piece, right? Morlu's. Morlu. No, it's a pants. Ha 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 ha. Ein. Alright, like you would have 400, you would have 200, you would have 120, you would have 180, you would have 192 from the Banished Lords. I kind of work. We'll definitely have to mess around with that at some point. Just for the shits and giggles to see if it actually would work, right? The problem is the part with you cannot recover about 65 of your maximum health. Wait, if I cannot recover above 65 of my maximum health, I'm never healthy, so I can't play damage while healthy. But at least I could still bury it up. But not above your maximum 65. It seems so prohibitive. But I really would like to see... The thing is, you would like be spamming wretches in, so you could build a wall of wretches in front of you before your opponents every single time. I guess the one thing that holds it back is dominance. Wait. Isn't there an item that allows you to get dominance back with basic skills? Isn't there a unique that helps you to get dominance back if you over Wrath with a basic skill or something like that? What was it called again? The Odium. Odium? Heavy Thorns is viable. I couldn't tell you. For some reason, we teleported to the wrong hill tide. Oh my goodness, that fire. So Payback Thorns worked pretty much 1 season, 2 seasons, and I couldn't tell you how well it works now. Doesn't mean you're always fortified. They changed fortify. As soon as you have 1 fortify, you're always fortified. Fortify, like you count as fortified when you have this shield around your health bar. So due to the change to fortify, even if you have 1 single fortify, okay, so not your whole health globe is fortified. If you have one single fortify, 1 single point of fortify, you're fortified. Okay. So you don't actually have to do some more loose flash word shenanigans to make that work. We have to look at the Dirge of Odium in a second. Something there. Hey, don't kill me. I mean, let's be real. The whole idea about that Morlos Flashward is probably doomed for failure right away, but the mere thought of it is funny because the actual multiplier of demonology skills is there, so you can get them fairly up high. It's not like that demonology skills don't pump good. The problem is always dominance, because yeah, if I bring my dominance up to 42, for example, then I can spam with an 8 dominance cost quite some away, right? Surely I can. However, what am I gonna then do on the next opponent, and on the next opponent, on the next opponent? And that's like the biggest problem. That, yes, for one pack of maps it's insane, and then you're out of dominance. And then when you're out of dominance, that's it. Rerolls are expensive. Rerolls are expensive, sir. Unreasonably expensive. Unreasonably expensive to the max. This is a pants with 4 affixes, ladies and gentlemen. Willpower, maximum life armor. Damn, 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 damn. Chat, listen. I found a way to get more tanky. You just have to get a triple greater affix item. Okay? That's it. By the way, we've been having 8 resolve stacks the whole time, which gives us 25% increased armor. But even with our 8 resolve stacks, our armor is only at 26,000, so less than optimal. What are we even farming here? I guess I'm farming the chest. I mean, you get dominance back easily, but you get 1 dominance back per second. You could play the lunatics, which do get you some dominance back too, but not insane amounts, just some. So that is a stopgap measure, a slight help. But there is the Dirge of Odium. Now let me look into that one. The Dirge. Odium. The Dirge of Odium says, your basic skills deal increased damage per Wrath, but you lose every 50 Wrath gained beyond your maximum generates 1 dominance. Which means that you would have to play a lunatic. Like, if you wanted to have as much dominance back as possible, right? You would have to play a lunatic tortured wretch build, and then have your lunatic try to create as much wrath as possible. Either over the Fallen Rush, where you summon 3 of them, and they do 3 wrath per hit, and since they're summons, they actually do count with the attack speed that they're getting. This, by the way, also counts as summons, so they would actually attack faster with more attack speed, which is important as well. And then they could give you bonus dominance and quite some resource. But you would still have to add lucky hit chance for resource, right? And then you could overproduce resource and get... interesting. Oh, chat. What if we add lucky hit chance for resource and you play the Tortured Wretch? Okay. And then you waltz up to the party. And you would just, you do this, there, then here, and this, right? Then you would summon these guys. Sorry. And pull out that one. Go back into the demon form. For more damage too. So this would mean you could go infinite demon form together with the Wretches and together with these. So you would summon, you would have a boss and you'd summon 1, 2, 3, which would overproduce your shit, right? You go demon form because we can't, and then they cost like 8. And you do like But that's actually the wrong ones. Sorry. Some of the wrong ones. You'd have to get these here, the death saws, right? So you'd have to just like make sure that they're up, and then like you stay in demon form, and then you just spam them, and you like spam like many on this, right? And that's the problem here. Against the boss, you notice how the restoration of dominance is now really low. So if I really see like all my tortured ratchets now stop working, because I also would have to kill demons, so you would have to play bombardment actually in this here. So you could like throw bombardments in to extend their duration, because that's what would happen. Like as you can see down here, bombardment extends the duration. This, and then you'd have to like do more, and then have to extend the duration, and then throw that in. And then preferable put a sigil of summoning on, and hope for the best. I could throw a lot of smaller demons in. But it would only work again if you had lucky hit chance to restore resource, right? And then your wretches would hopefully trigger this a lot, because you would overproduce resource over the Dirge of Odium. And if you, like, let's say you spam, like you go full out spam, right? So we're here at demon form, you have 8, right? You can do like 1, 2, 3, and then a 4th run right away, and you keep them alive. So you have 4 of these, and they just trigger your resource, right, consistently, and it would over trigger. It should actually give us a lot back. Do I have like a resource here? Resource, Wrath. Other 10 kills. No. How do you, resource was 1S, right? Sorry. Resource. I need a weapon that lucky hit chance restores resource right now. Godness. Lucky hit. Restore 3 primary resource. Yeah. So just out of interest, if I now have the Dirge of Odium. So it'll be bleeding resource right now, right? They couldn't even keep this up. See, like I have trouble. You know? We're trying. No, actually, you know what? This is good. But it's not giving us as much back as you'd like to see. Like we were hoping for this to like now pop like crazy. It's not. Well, it's slowly getting there, but the problem is that you have to use bombardment on top to prolong the duration of this. So you're like kind of counter fighting your own resource. So you'd have to have like so many sources of lucky hit resource, right? You would have to have it on the weapon for 10. You'd have to have the temper. Then you'd have to have the other temper. You would like throw so much damage additive away just to kind of make it work that it doesn't make any sense to do. Right? Surely that doesn't make any sense. Is it not better to use legendary amulet with aspects that increase overpower stacks and a second that give you 1 each second? With this, you primary would have 14 to 16 overpower, Moody. I could equip a title aspect, which I really don't have equipped right now. However, if I do play the Summon Veloch, I'm already sitting at 16 stacks. I don't have to do anything on my amulet for more stacks. So that item is a must. Okay, Chad, how do I now get resistance to all elements on this? The problem is, if I add a resistance stat, guess what happens? It can only be a resistance stat. Because resistance to all elements, you guessed right, is a defensive stat. Yeah, I know it doesn't make sense. Why is resistance to all elements a defensive stat? It just is. Why are you asking questions? So what we're going to do now is we're going to roll until we get resistance to all elements. I guess what could help is having Wrath generation on your gear. Oh goodness, that whole build would cost me so much to probably make work. Because if I now had Wrath generation on gear, that would probably work as well. I just want to have resistance to all elements. Anyone else feel like we should have 3 options here? Chat, listen. Anyone else feel like we should have 3 options to choose from? Instead of 2? Did you notice they lowered boss HP? No, didn't. Maybe your build just got better, sir? Maybe your build turned just demon mode and you have the feeling they lowered boss HP. But the reality is you're an absolute demon now. Okay, I'll just never get resistance to all elements, I guess. I never wanted resistance to all elements anyways. Surely I never wanted it anyways. Right? It weakened the Butcher Lair boss. Well, they didn't weaken him. He was overtuned and having the HP as if you were going there with 4 people. So he wasn't weakened. He was literally put in his place where he is supposed to be. Right? You might have not noticed this, but the Butcher had like boss HP of a 4-man team. Even if you're there alone. Okay, 624. I mean, I might have not gotten elemental resistance, right, Chad? But at least I get the physical resistance all the way up. I guess happy times at this point. Thing is, like this, it's as good as my current piece of pants. Slightly better due to just having... Okay, we just rolled away 1,400 Forgotten Souls. Essentially, let's not look at the gold, guys. We obviously rolled away a silly amount of gold as well, right? But gold comes, gold goes, so that's fine. But we pretty much rolled this away, and we didn't even get what we're looking for. That is quite upsetty spaghetti. But hey. That hit maximum life. And then we're going to temper armor on. So I guess I need some more armor value. Let's at least get that temper, that armor greater affix. So if I now put this pair of pants on with the aspect of heavenly strength. Then we're going up to 26k. So from 22 to 26. That's quite useful. While maintaining good maximum life. What runes did we play? We played Circuit. Okay, that is the bumpy build. That is the jumpy. Now comes the big question. Do we transfigure this? Chat? I mean, I'm sad that we get physical resistance now. But I guess we at least need physical resistance as well. Keep rolling? No, I lost my appetite for rolling, sir. Sometimes it just makes you sad. How many tributes of armament? We get 8 more. I can make a mythical tribute of armament almost. Intriguing. I mean, we could simply drop damage from the flash rate carapace and equip ourselves with Tyrolls to become more tanky, but I kind of feel like that's the wrong way to go at it, pretty much. I guess we need to go back to a weapon that has maximum life and make ourselves weaker. I mean, we tried now a little bit out to play here the aspect of resolve stacking, but that one also didn't really do that much. I mean, it got us 8 resolve, but it wasn't anything meaningful. Distant enemies take more damage. I wonder if there's like another like supportive one I want to have, right? This distant enemies pull in. It's just like really nothing interesting. Shadow damage is bonus lucky hit chance. Shadow damage is a chance to immobilize. I mean, your dodge chance is increased by 32%, making me tanky. Ashraf, thank you for the gifted memberships. Ashraf, greetings to you and the community over there. Welcome back, my friend. Happy Father's Day, at least in Germany, ladies and gentlemen. There's just like, there's a bunch of like absolute useless ones. Bonus lucky hits against elites, but what for? I mean, I wonder if like playing the Undying here like frees it up on my boots so I can on my boots then play wood. What can we put on? World's my oyster, chat. Do we have anything that makes me more tanky? Not really, right? It's a bunch of sad shitters. I mean, making an enemy vulnerable has a chance to weaken them, but my aura already weakens them, so useless. There's just nothing interesting. I mean, the duration of volatility is increased, I guess. I could do that. I could play the aspect of cauterization. But there's nothing really... I mean, so... Interestingly enough, you could play the aspect of a cursed touch, ladies and gentlemen. Because then you could kick out the wolf companions for Prid. And you don't have to play the wolf companions anymore. You could play Prid. And could technically move the Dark Prison from your skill bar to play... To play what? There's an opening here. Blazing Scream? What for? You could have it rotate around you. That is not wrong. Yes. However, you would still have to refresh it every 10 seconds, which kind of makes it annoying. Right? Could technically play the Wretch then, but that still feels terrible. There's like nothing you... I mean, like you could add Rampage for bonus jumps in that version as well. I mean, don't get me wrong. Already having like the Dark Prison automatized would make my life easier. Like the amount of happiness I feel from that being automatic is like, you don't even want to know. Because I hate triggering it. It's like the worst part for the gameplay loop. I mean, technically, the Blazing Scream would allow you to get more demon form stacks if you think about it, right? So if we like now go into pit 120, I mean, you wouldn't need it for non-bosses. So this is only the consideration for bosses, right? To get more stacks faster. Because now you could do this, you could do that. Like we do this regardless, and then we just nuke. So the idea is that now your Prid is always on. So you don't have to think about it anymore, which is a good thing. It's actually like a really good thing. And if we have our Blazing Scream rotating around us, like our goddamn sigil just stacks up even faster. Especially if we dive bomb into enemies, I guess it's useful, right? You're about to dive bomb into enemies, so you just have this like rotate around you and then boom, instant 100, instant 100, instant 100. Jesus, what do they have? They have Avenger and what else? What are you made of, sir? Oh, was made out of like, I don't know, vibranium. Let's test, like, we need to test against a dummy how much faster this is actually stacking it up. 'Cause I like the idea behind this one. Because like, right, you walk in, it rotates around you, it just goes zoom boom. If it just would provide you with bonus defense, that would be great. You know? Wouldn't that be fantastic? When having my Fortify now consistently up, at least helps me to not die. Because without the Fortify, I would have died there. So alone for that, the Prit Rune is like all the rage right now. This was our fastest clear, chat. I mean, we can say what we want about the... I mean, we can say what we want about this, but technically this was my fastest clear. So not sure if we can attribute that now to the Blazing Scream. But it did something. Tony, happy Father's Day to you too, my friend. That thing really didn't want to die, huh? 114 everything. 115 everything. Did you try Enduring Faith, and when you receive damage you could use Nether Step to stop all period damage? If I use Enduring Faith, I can't use Handle the World Breaker. If I use Enduring Faith, I can't use Banishless Talisman. So using Enduring Faith would lose me so much damage. Like not a little damage. It would just lose me so much damage. Like so much. So much. Like, seriously, so much. Like, it wouldn't just be a little bit. It would just be tremendous amounts. Like crazy copious amounts. Just saying. So Blazing Scream. If Path of Exile 2 crafting wasn't gambling for the most part, do you think it's been boring as Diablo 4? I don't think Diablo 4 crafting is boring. I mean, some parts of it are, as is Path of Exiles, but hey, it's just that. I need a boss. Okay, how often does the Blazing Scream versus a boss? So first we get the bombardment. You can trigger this, right? And it slams down and it actually does like some hits. So not many hits actually in a single target scenario. If you fully stack it up, it's somewhat useful, but only if you keep it peak. It's not really crazy. Oh, it counts only once? Or does it not hit because, like, I'm not... Do I have to move one step away? Oh, I had to move a step away. Yeah, that doesn't feel like it. That didn't feel like it. I mean, sure, it would add like a teensy-weensy bit DPS, but not really, huh? Not meaningful. I mean, you might be better off just throwing hands at the opponent, right? There's nothing else really to activate. I mean, you could technically go for the Profane Sentinel and just slam it out here, right? But it would cost Dominance still to summon. Or it might generally be best off with using the Wretch here as a punching bag. Just out of interest. Is this been on MOBA or YouTube yet? It is on MOBA, but only one of the versions, not the more mobile version. So it only has the pushing and the boss killing version on there.
Step up to my anvil.
So biggest problem, I summon Veloch, right? And that's it. I don't have the resources anymore to get the Wretch out. Now I could put the Wretch out here, obviously, and then we could like go into the Wretch area and the Wretch would protect me somewhat. But now I don't have like what it takes to summon another Wretch. Meaning that if I now go in here, summon another Wretch, right, to protect myself, then we get it here cooking, right? This is nice, but I don't have the Veloch. So currently we're sitting at 12 overpower stacks. However, we do not need the... I do actually not need to summon him to keep my overpower stacks up, right? So I would have to now use him again. So I could technically use the Reg if I had something to keep my overpower stacks up. I could summon the Reg. Because I wouldn't require the Veloch to be summoned. Because my Wrath is good, as you can see here. My Wrath is perfectly taken care of. I have it like pumping, right? And then we technically have the Wretch for almost every single pack. Put him in there. To create like a bonus layer of safety. At least for the packs with the annoying elites, right? I mean, you wouldn't need that layer of safety for the pack of normal dudes like these ones, right? They just get blasted. But if you have like an annoying pack, have them cooked in. We could at least work for the pit pushing version. So the basic problem is we need a source of vulnerable to have the Prit be autocast. Do we need the barrier if we would be playing the Wretch? That's a good question. Chan. So assuming we try to have the Wretch on every Also here for the boss fights then, right? See, like the wretch is up, the wretch protects me. Bonus. So I don't actually die. And the wretch helped me to not die here, that's for sure. Have you killed Lilith and Mephisto with this? I haven't bothered going for Lilith and Mephisto so far with this. Because we have been killing, like, we have a Warlock build that is specifically made to kill Mephisto. It is called the Profane Sentinel Warlock, and the only purpose of the Profane Sentinel Warlock is to kill Mephisto. That's why we haven't bothered with any other build. Right? Because we have it. Okay.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Overpowered? So the basic idea is that you have the aspect of malevolence. And it says when you overproduce Wrath, you're good. Now I do overproduce Wrath over critical striking. So we fight multiple enemies. And I throw this in. See, like, we're making a lot of Wrath. So you get to the point where you're stacking up the overpower. So we technically wouldn't have to summon Veloch to, like, get this right. I have Veloch now out. My overpower is overfilled. We're at 12. But if I wanted to be to 16 overpower, I do actually have to summon him, right? It's like this is the biggest issue. If you want to have really the max overpower, you do need to summon him. Such a weird coming together of circumstances. I like the idea of the wretch, but again, the dominance cost is ruining it for everyone. We get 11 points that we can put into something to potentially make the build better. I mean, I was thinking about just jamming these into volatility and just have it done with it. The Blazing Scream definitely did add bonus DPS, so that's a fact, right? I guess isn't bad to have Blazing Scream. It just makes us clear faster. Warlock has so many different builds used. Yes, and you can build all the builds also different that are being used. Yeah. See, like, for Pit 125, it's really like the tankiness issue that the build is facing right now. And when we have more than enough damage to do this, but we don't have the survival to do this, right? It's really the thing. Was the unique charm snapshot fixed? Allegedly, yes. Unless people found a new way to unique charm snapshot. So that's a whole different question. Like, if someone actually found a new way to do it, who knows? Lunatic Bleed is the new Mephisto killer. No, it's not, Jemmy. Lunatic Bleed is a bug. that you could play and invest into, but you just have to know that it's a bug and will get fixed. Okay. As an FYI, warning, heads up, if you're not aware for some weird reason, it is a heavy bug. Use it if you feel like it. Just be aware that it is what it is, right? Did we find Mephisto with this? No, we haven't yet, because, well, like I do this with a Profane Sentinel build as like when you're fighting Mephisto with this, right? You gotta kind of like stay close to him. You gotta spam the screen. But at the same time, you got to use your Apocalypse when he's actually targetable. So you might get to this unfortunate situation where he's not targetable right now, right? You used your things and he's not targetable. Also, you don't see shit. So that's kind of like, yeah, and then you just die. This is why I don't use this for Mephisto. What I use for him is this build. Just to show you. What I use for him is this build. Ah! He doesn't want to equip it. So I would technically use this build with the Seal of the Ophanin, where you have the Profane Sentinel beam away, which is beautiful because it just destroys him while you're AFK standing there and doing nothing. Super convenient, quite fun, mega intriguing. However, the real build I kill Mephisto with is my Barbarian, right? So the actual build I do this with is him. And I use a controller for it because it makes it even more convenient. Optimizing. So, you would teleport to Mr. Mephisto? Then you would whip out the controller? And there's an ample good reason to do that, because, and then I just hold down every single button on my controller. And you hear, I'm just holding down all the buttons, right? Oh, he's missing a charm. No, he's missing a charm. He's missing 200% of his damage. No! He's missing 200% of his damage. I forgot something. Yeah, but so this is how I do it. Just that we're missing like 200% damage right now, which is kind of sad. Because we're not getting our overpower stacks, but you know, I just hold things down and we just win. This is how it will work. Now let's kill ourselves. Can I die? Can I die here? Yeah, that's the build where... Can you kill me? So yeah, that's how we're killing Mephisto now with this build. But we're actually missing our charm here, the Banished Lord's Talisman charm that we play for this. Oops. It's beautiful, honestly, how well the Barbarian does.
It is done.
Did they actually say in their post that it was supposed to be double Tree of Whisper? Because I knew it was supposed to be one more, but I don't think it was supposed to be two more, right? 3 ranks to basic skills. Do I need that at some point? Figured they would nerf Banishless Talisman. Well, it would really cuck a lot of builds. A lot of builds. I do think the design of Banishless Talisman is terrible. Okay. I do honestly believe that the actual design is just straight horrible. Because it kind of forces, as you say, every build to just temper overpower stacks and go for it. I think that is, in fact, not good game design in any capacity. Right? It just leads to, absolutely, experience. Might just be me. Not a fan. Okay, I get the pit. So we have the butcher to appear. Oh, I wanted to have Choran's favor, right? Special events and encounters become more common, whatever that means. We get this one almost up. We get the Undercity almost up. We get the Hell. I wanted to max out the Hell Tide, that was for sure. Cinders. 3 minutes. At least we could kill the queen, I guess. Oh, wait. I've not started the season. What class do you think I should start in? If you want diverse fun, Warlock. If you just want raw power, easy raw power, Barbarian. I mean, I gotta say the Ancient Barbarian has been just brilliant leveling. You can level with the Ancients, guys, right? You just go for Lunging Strike and Rallying Cry. Beautiful leveling. One of the most funs I've had in a while. And then after just going for that, you can go for the... You can just transition into the actual full version with super ease. Simply just need one single aspect with cooldown reduction. You're good to go. It's truly obnoxious how simple that is. The Tiro. What is the best Warlock build? Damage-wise, it's Apocalypse, but no matter what you do, Apocalypse will always be somewhat squishy, right? I mean, unless you have absolute perfect equipment, there's no way to make it more tanky. Much more tanky. I mean, again, you could just sacrifice damage. So, for example, my chest piece, I could just go for a chest piece, and that's like, example, Tyrell's Might, and that would make me tankier. Yeah. I would just lose top-end damage, but I could at least exist better in the world, right? Enduring Face Charm does a lot for you in that regard. Yeah, but before I choose the Enduring Face Charm, I would play Tyrell's Might. That's like a 100% here for me. Because the actual Banishless Talisman is definitely more damage than come on, say brain. I know the health head is over in a second, Chad. Then playing the Flesh Red Carapace. I mean, we can give it a try with a different chest piece if you like, Chad. To just see how much tankier it will feel. Yeah, you can clear probably a 130 with Endurance Face Charm. It's like, how high do you want it? Probably. That's the whole question there. So we could go for chest piece here, chest. We have a Tyrell Smite just lying around. Damage reduction, right? Resistance to all elements. So I could just put this one on. By putting on... I need to put a different rune on it. We're playing right now. We're playing... Igni Prid. Prid. Igni. Then Igni. So that gives me, that bumps up my resistances finally to a more reliable value, right? It also gives you damage reduction and it gives you bonus movement speed, plus you get some more max life. So it's actually wholesale useful in many regards, right? And then we just go into that pit 125 where we just felt like, oh no, we weren't tanky enough for it, and just see how much tankier it feels. I mean, could have also just gone for what's called again. Oh, this is actually the. This is the wrong version. It's the one with the anathema of primes. Hold my horseshoe, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna go for the other version. The lunatic can do 130 plus. The normal lunatic, not the one that's bugged. That one can do 150. You love the barb, Kitty? I'd love to hear that. I'm happy you finally gave it a go. So like with the chest piece, like I would have died already in this 4 times over without the chest piece, right? You can imagine how much tankier Tyrells actually makes us. Oh, they have like, do they have Soul Link? They're shielded. Goodness Christ. These guys just refusing to die. I guess that's fine. I'll win in the long run. So like this is like now testament already for how useful this one is. Because we would have died many times over, right? The problem is that again, we're losing the flash rate carapace for a 90% damage boost. And we're losing our progress for the sigil skills, right? How about we give a damage loss for more tankiness? Or we can see how fast we can do this now. The tankiness is definitely like there. Like vastly more tankiness. It's undeniable. Oh, I'm only showing you white numbers. And I'm wondering where are my big trillion numbers, chat? Because I'm only showing you white numbers. I'm actually not showing you the crits. I was literally wondering where did my damage go? Like you don't see it. Because we're only showing the white numbers. That's where my damage went, chat. It makes sense. So we can also do white trillions at least, I guess. That's cool to see. Obviously, we need to see like the yellows now. Let's get Jeremiah Fancy Pants here destroyed quickly. We turn on the Jeremiah Fancy Pants is dead. Let's see. If putting the carapace off did like cost us a lot of top end damage, right? We're gonna stack up. There's the double-digit trillions, but we need the triple-digit trillions. I mean, it's 100% damage less, which is obviously some, or 90% damage less. If my whole existence is easier because of it, then I guess it's a worthy trade-off. I mean, again, like, what if you're not pushing the pit? Then it literally does, like, this is a no-brainer for you to use. Did the family get off on the trip okay? Yes, they arrived at the houseboat. And they're now houseboating around. I mean, considering that we couldn't do a 125 before because we would just instantly die to the touch of an enemy, I would say wholesale success in that regard, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest problem is that your actual sigil skill here is not progressing that fast, so you're not getting like the top end damage of that this much. I wonder if we could substitute this by having like a constant stream of so if we would keep a constant stream of bombardment running, if that could offset for that. Right, because technically you can keep the bombardment, like you just have to stack up the bombardment once, right? And then you can keep it running. It's really not that complicated, actually, right? It's just like every 8 seconds, you just tap the button, and just have it running, and it slightly just creates something, a feedback loop that feeds into the that feeds into your sigils. It's not much. Not like a lot, but it's something. What rune are you using? We're currently using a rune to automatically trigger the... That's 100 trillion, I think. Good to see. We're currently using a rune to automatically trigger the Dark Prison, so I don't have to click it, because clicking the Dark Prison is actually really annoying, in my opinion, right? I really, if I can avoid it by any means possible to click the Dark Prison, I'll do so, because it just really does go on my nerves. And then we're playing also the Druid Bulwark. This Bulwark very powerful as well. How are we making enemies vulnerable? We're currently playing the aspect of a Cursed Touch. That helps us to keep enemies vulnerable. Advantage being when the Prit is being autocast and I don't have to think about it. That is really consistently up, which means consistently weakened enemies, which also means consistently fortified. That is something to not underestimate. That frost damage from them and that lightning damage, it's following me. Kill one of these annoying fire bees. Killed the other one. Killed the final one. I like the survival part. We're gonna go back to Mephisto now to just see how much tankier it feels against him, right? Because like we just walked up to Mephisto before and he just looked at us and we just took so much damage it was crazy, right? So alone that needs to be tested to just kind of like find out how much tankier are we in that regard. Do you know if they fixed the Helltide bug that insta-kills you? I don't know of any Helltide bug that insta-kills you. So, I don't know if that's fixed. That bug that I don't know anything of. I wonder if a normal max rolled chest piece would be better than Tyrell's Might with an aspect on. But then again, what aspect do you have that you could play that gives you damage reduction? I mean, there's one that works for damage over time, but that one wouldn't work because we're not doing damage over time, right? And obviously, I like a normal chest piece because you could be armor juicing, you could be tempering on it, whatsoever. But I guess it wouldn't be better. It's in hardcore. I mean, who actually plays hardcore, sir? Let's see how that boss goes now here. No goodness. Poison galore, chat. Okay, we got quite a lot of chains going on here. Oh no. The fireballs. The fireballs that you don't see because we're doing too much fireballs ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yikes. But still, though, good survival. Oh, no, the fireballs that we don't see plus the water that we don't see. I remember. So the thingy just, like, puts your water on the ground, right? And if you stand in the water, you die. And then it puts fireballs out, but, like, we don't see any of these thingies. Because, I mean, seeing is absolutely overrated anyways. Fireballs I can at least evade. Okay, somewhat. The water thingies I barely see. Oh no, fireballs! Haha, avoid it. The chosen one. I mean, I haven't seen like high score trillions because the biggest thing is, look at this now. This is the buff from my set. That's barely moving forward. That's definitely something being heavily neutered by missing out on the chest. Because again, the flash rate carapace every second, chat, and it doesn't sound like a lot, okay? But every second the flash rate carapace counts kills into your sigils, which does actually progress your sigils further forward, which then does actually allow you to get that buff more often and do more damage with it. I guess if I actually... Yeah, that thingy. I mean, we would get it done, so that's not the point. But we do notice a lack of damage, right? And it's not a little lack of damage. Because of the carapace missing. It's kind of like the only item that we can substitute in. I mean, again, I'm trying to summon, like, the bombardment dudes here a bit more frequently to kind of feed into our sigil, because if we do summon the bombardment dudes more, right, we're potentially getting the sigil progress further forward faster. So I wonder if that could be the secret solution to this. Oh, almost stood in the water. Get him stunned. Come on. Okay, look at this now move. When I actually have the 5 stacks of my when I have the 5 stacks running of the of the bombardment. It does quite help. No. As long as I don't just like randomly stand now in his Giga nuke, we're good to go. Oh, that was 100 trillion. Okay, see, we got it done. Woohoo! Obviously not as good as I wanted to, but not the point. We got it done. We wouldn't have gotten it done without the chess piece, right? So, I guess I'd call it a win, Chad. Should we see if Mephisto just pumps us over? Because if you remember correctly, Mephisto just looked at us and we died. He was just like, you're dead. Oh, shit. How would that now feel? Let's see. Okay. I mean, I survived for a second longer. Right? We survived for a second longer, but if he looks at us, we still die on that build. Chest piece are you using? Oh, we currently have Tyrell's Might on. We just wanted to test out Tyrell's Might, how it feels. He landed on me. I died. Oh, what about the Paladins this season? Just started one, still busy with campaign, but reading here and there that there's a huge lacking endgame. No, not really. Paladin has a very insane castle build together with Clash Castle. The problem with the Clash Castle build is that it's an auto attack build, so you pretty much have a build that's really good, resolve stacking, Glint's Anvil, and so on. But you're gonna walk forward with your Clash, and you're gonna go, and that's it. You can spec another step in the damage reduction variant. It helps, especially for higher PIDs, but it doesn't help, like, it's not enough alone. But it helps, for sure. So you can't, that's a potential build you can do on a Paladin. It's just really unexciting. So the best the best pit pushing build is not always the most fun build in any regard, right? Playing Armor of the Day is so much fun. It is, especially now you get Glint's Anvil, so you get super tanky. Take it or leave it, right? Unless you're Sorkin Warlock, yeah. Sorkin Warlock robbery. But I bullied the deaths already. I was like, how is this a thing? You know? How is this a thing? What the fuck? Does that mean we can spec out of every single defensive node in the Paragon? No. I mean, you might have 200% damage reduction, but 200% damage reduction doesn't make you undying still. You need the base construct of still being supported by all the other things around. So you still need to make sure that you have the armor and the resistances and so on, because it all kind of adds into each other. There's a bunch of news about PoE. You're doing info videos on that. Yes, but towards the release. Right? So there's still another 15 days before the patch comes out. And there is like a lot of things to happen before we're going to cover that. Okay, see, I was hoping to actually survive that little blip there with my chest piece on. And yet still, I did not survive that little blip, guys. Despite cheesing up our defense massively. I mean, right now, it feels like I am forced to return back to my old weapon for the sake of having enough life. Right? Because we're sitting at 26,000 life, which is not bad. It's 26,000. We all love to see it. But if I would equip a weapon, I would have 8,000 life more. Right? 8,000. I mean, 8,000 more is 8,000 more. Have an odd job, ladies and gentlemen. It would be even slightly north of 8,000 more, we'd have to see. So we're definitely going to have, like, also the PoE update covered. Don't worry. You can find this build. It's in the description of the YouTube video. But I'm not too, like, I mean, I can zoom Torment 12 without dying, so that's that. But again, I'd like to make it more tanky for like other shenanigans, like for Torment 12 Mephisto. Then again, I just think I might just not want to play Mephisto with this one. Right? What can I say? Are we resolve stacking with Warlock? Sadly not. There is no Glint's Anvil for Warlock. Otherwise, it would be simple. Warlock could just resolve stack over crowd controlling enemies, and that would be insanely useful and quite good. It can be sold for the vendor for gold. Really? For 1 gold? I sold it. I'm rich now. Fire damage multiplier and critical strike chance. What you... Ooh, another Crooks of the False Prophet, ladies and gentlemen. Hi. For life on hit feels really good. You're not wrong about that, but I already have the undying aspect, so relying on life on hit plus undying is pretty double dipping, right?
To think you all for the flight and hatred, you shall return.
Ah, finally we get our damage back, Chan. So this is, by the way, that was 6 trillion hit, right? It's not that exciting, but it's more like all the trillions that are hitting that you don't see. So 6 trillion is like the highest high-end damage there, but you're pretty much missing out on all the other low-end damage that's coming in because there's like 30 ancients.
You want the truth of what I am.
Is that what I told you about the channel that's taking your videos and making them into shorts? They give no credit, Alex. On YouTube or on TikTok? Because on TikTok, there's a lot that do that. If there's one on YouTube, I can definitely shut them down. Now you get that too. So we're gonna, again, just summon everything, right? We're gonna walk over here so we don't get hit by the poison. And that's already the next phase. Oh. Final time I actually had him do that to me. Oh, we actually skipped the phase. What the fuck? Did he just kill him? Uh-oh. Chat, we broke it. We skipped the phase. Did you see that? We did so much damage that that shouldn't happen. That's the first time I've seen that.
Wake up.
Because it's usually the forced phase where he goes there and then he goes like, oh, and then, and it's, you know? Okay. See, this is why I don't do this with Warlock. I just don't see a reason why I would push myself through with, you know? Why should I force myself to do this, Oh no, he hit my abilities. No! Mistakes were made, chat. I need all my abilities. See, and that was Uber Mephisto now. Woo! And that's simply why I don't even bother making my Apocalypse Warlock enough for this. Because I get this covered, you know? Alex, I'll look into it. Thank you. I'll write it down on my notepad of things. So that was like with the barb. Oh, mythic, ladies and gentlemen. It's a normal mythic. It's not even a mythical seal. Chat, it's a normal mythic. How absolutely saddening. How absolutely saddening. It's a mythic. Wow. Wow. This is the Fast and Furious Ancient Bar build? Yes, flaws. And same, by the way, and same goes for pit pushing, chat. So in case you have not seen this pit push, so we did just a 125 with the Apocalypse Warlock, right? The Apocalypse Warlock does like trillions of damage, which you've seen. Like, it's good. 100 trillions is possible. This one does not do 100 trillions of damage. However, I can just pick up the stone. Then I just hold down all my buttons, right? And I pretty much just... waltz through the dungeon like this. Having them all out. Could need like a bit more damage with this because we only have like so far 12 hours on this character. All right, we're doing quite some billions, but there's like obviously more we can do. But you notice the tankiness of this character, right? Compared to the Warlock. I mean, those were lightning nuisance dudes, and we still haven't died. Ah, by the way, I'm still just holding down my controller here. right? So this is like how you just waltz through it. And the more damage you have, the more efficient it obviously gets. But yeah, I don't even know what the potion button is. Compare this to the Apocalypse Warlock and what effort we put into the Apocalypse Warlock to like just do something, and how you always like sit at the precipice of, oh no, things are getting unfortunate. It's like, I might die if I don't play careful enough. Oh no. 8 trillion is the highest we've seen so far with this build. The link to this looks fun. It was just uploaded to YouTube. It's the latest video that we put online today. It's super fun to play, and you can play this on mouse and keyboard as well. So just keep this in mind. Only because I'm using this on the controller right now is just for the most optimal rotation, right? So you can use this on the controller. You can use this on mouse and keyboard. You just have to handishly smash the board. It's slightly less efficient because obviously holding down your buttons on the controller, it's the perfect cooldown points every single time, right? Meanwhile, when I play this with mouse and keyboard, it looks more like this. It still works, but you might notice already how this is slightly less efficient, right? Still good. Right, damage-wise, but just slightly less efficient what you can do on controller, especially when it comes down to the resolve stacking. So that one I can just stack higher, and the more resolve stacks you have, the tankier you are, obviously, because you're losing resolve stacks when enemies are attacking you. But yeah, it's not like that you're lost on mouse and keyboard, right? It's just that controller does it that little bit more efficient, especially when you screw up the rotation. And you change from seasonal to eternal? What? From seasonal to eternal? So you have to probably make a new character. I don't know. Yes. You cannot bump characters around. I mean, at the end of the season, all your seasonal characters will be made eternal characters, right? Is Dragclaw safer to play than Apocalypse? I have never played Dragclaw, so I could honestly not tell you if Dragclaw is safer to play than Apocalypse, as I simply do not have that information for you. Ha! See, we finally died. First time after all this time. And now, do you notice like the frequency of the casts? Oh, this is just like higher on controller. Like, I think it does make a difference if you would be like pit pushing, right? Let's assume you wanted to pit push or tower push. Then there is a significant difference if I'm using the controller and holding down every single button, or if I'm using a mouse and keyboard. Even if I do the perfect rotation, I guess the only way how to live up to what controller does, you would have to have a macro, right? I mean, this is essentially macroing, just in the legal way, because I'm holding down all my buttons, and the game has like spell queuing, is what it's called, I think, that allows this to basically function. But yeah. So yeah, my Apocalypse Warlock does hundreds of trillions of damage, and yet took vastly longer time for this, while I stand AFK here in front of him, right? I'm not moving. And again, this character is 12 hours of effort in, so we can get so much more power out of this. I'm gonna permanently fully bury it up at any given point, right? We have maximum ferocity stacks, maximum overpower stacks. We have maximum barbarian in. Ta-da. Simple as cake. Just to give you a feeling for this. Feels good, doesn't it? What temporary affix would you prioritize on summon or necro? Damage per overpower stack. Damage per overpower stack. D2 is way better. D2 is a hardcore ARPG, a try-hard one, while D4 is a casual arcadey ARPG. It's really hard to compare these two as they tinker to complete different audiences, right? Like complete different audiences. I'm still debating with myself if I would like to keep Tyrell's Might now and just like be happy with the version we have. I mean, if I go for the boomy version, the zoomy version here with Tyrell's Might on, right? It just makes me so zoomy, and it just really doesn't like... I can do Pit 120, right, without even like flinching. I'll never die. There's no way I'll die to anything. Meanwhile, I'll be also absolutely zooming through the overworld. I guess the only thing we could change is really to make this the could make this the damage reduction version, as someone said before. Probably the only thing we could do. Does the barb use Opus? My barb doesn't. Hasn't needed it. Ow. There's just that one fire damage that just kills me every single time on this character. Despite having now the Tyrells on, right, ladies and gentlemen? And this is where we have to change the weapon. Right? This is where we have to go back to our most boring old weapon. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because our most boring old weapon is... Where is it? So we're at 26, 9, 6, 2, 6, 2, 6, 2, 6, 2, 6, 2, right? And our old weapon is... Did we destroy it? There's a what we were destroyed it, right? No, there it is. So this is our old weapon, and now look at the difference, right? So we got 84% crit damage multiplier. It's nice. Willpower max roll. The weapon damage is way higher, so that's insane. But the maximum life, we have the fire damage multiplier as well, and we have the critical strike chance. So this is all nice and good, right? But we're missing 6,600 maximum life. So if I now put this one on, it would do slightly less damage, but we're going also from our good old 26,000 life up to 38,000 life. Right? Sadly, that seems rather mandatory to not die. And the difference is obviously like it's not like our damage is like twice as weak now. Right? Obviously that willpower stat is a nice multiplier on top. But we'd probably be best off having a greater affix max life weapon with a greater affix weapon damage, I reckon. Let's take the old weapon for a spin in a pit 125 that we did before, Chad. And we could try to craft a new weapon. How much do we have? Should we try to craft a new weapon with maximum life? And let's see what we have in our box of riches, chat. There should still be some weapons left that we can craft on. So let's try to zoom through this quickly. This Warlock, yes. We play the Fracture build, the Hell Fracture. Yes, it's fun. But the gameplay loop doesn't, like, there was just something that wasn't clicking well enough with the build. So we made like an Abyss Hell Fracture build. I tried out a Fire Hell Fracture build. But each of them, they just go back to something just feels off. Making it not too enjoyable to play. I mean, it was cool to do the Fracture. It also worked against Mephisto, so can't really complain about that. It's like insane damage. It worked actually better than the, what's it called again? It works better than the Apocalypse versus Mephisto. So Apocalypse is really not a Mephisto build. Like, sure, you can kill Mephisto with it, right? But just simply due to the way how Apocalypse works, it's, in my opinion, not a Mephisto build, right? Have we done a Dreadclaws build? No, never had interest in that. You're playing in a group with 2 people with this build on my druid. I mean, like, as a druid, you don't really care, right? Because you just walk and you talk and you just destroy everything anyways. And you should be super undying because of Flynn's Anvil. So you're just like... How fast can you do a pit 130 on Barb? I haven't done a pit 130 yet, sir. Okay, let's do that. So we're now at 45,000 HP with the flash rate. Let's replace the flash rate. So we're at 38,000, right? With the flash rate carapace. Enlighten, it's a bug. Use the bug if you want to desperately clear pit 150. But, you know, that's it. Okay, whatever that elite back there has on it, right? That specific elite here is already annoying. But we're surviving. Not thriving, but surviving. Oh, we finally died. 2 lightning. It's lightning again. It's always lightning. Ooh, let's get that. So the 38,000 life instead of the 26 helps already immense, right? Even against the lightning dudes. I see lightning dudes, I book it, by the way, chat. You know me. Ain't nobody get time for that. My old weapon is doing less damage. I'm stuck. Great. Because someone put up a wall. I mean, compare that to the Barb gameplay, right? Of just standing AFK there and everything just dies. Definitely gonna work for it. I guess I'd need a new weapon with max life and more weapon damage. Have this properly felled out. Boop. Why is the Warlock attack animation so much better than the Necro? Because the Necro is still a failed class concept. I'm sorry. I'm saying that as a Necro lover. Warlock feels like what we wanted Necro to be all these years, right? The synergy of the skills, the overall setup of the class, how everything like grips into each other and works. The soul fragments with different summons and all that kind of stuff. And then you got Warlock. And then you got Necromancer. And you kind of feel like this is what we could have been if Blizzard had like 2 more bones of creativity. Right? But this is not what... Oh, that lightning just ate me. This is not what we are. I got plus 30 quality on my weapon. Is that good? I have 24 quality on my weapons. And that gave me already a huge power boost. So yes, 30 quality is good. However, the best outcome is gem strength. Right? Can we see your defenses in a jiffy, my friend? We need to make it to the boss because I need to see how tanky we are at the against the boss now with the more life. Because it makes it different to have like more life if we're still dying to some weird ass shit. So yeah, like everything is bad. Technically, that's not gem strength, because why is gem strength so good? It makes your 24% gems be like 90% bonus damage instead of 24%. So you're turning a 20, 22, and 22% multiplier, for example, in a 74 and a 74% multiplier. I have that on my barb. And you can imagine that's useful. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly. Quite useful. I wonder if with the flash rate carapace you would just play a different you would just play a different rune set, technically. Are you hyped for PoE? Yes, sir. But who isn't? So if we forfeit the flash rate as we do here right now, we then have to play a different set. So we're technically not really using the set bonus that efficient. Goodness, poison ground. That was uncalled for. That was uncalled for. So we just need to see the boss quickly. We were definitely faster at the boss with the with the other weapon, but we also had the stone with us, so it's hard to like gauge that, right? How much faster you're actually somewhere when you don't have the stone with you in one run and do have the stone with you in the other run. It's hard to say. Was I really that much faster, or was it just the stone blessing me? Oh god, lightning! Lightning, chat! Let's risk it all for the biscuit. Wait, is lightning and poison? Yeah, no. Play hardcore? No, sir. I really don't want to play hardcore, but thank you for your interest in hardcore. If you want to see hardcore, you should probably watch a content creator that streams hardcore, instead of demanding it from people who have absolutely no interest. I'm playing hardcore in a game full of random deathies and weird shit happening. Just imagine. Okay, let's get to the boss. And then see if he can kill us. Like right now we could play the nether step for damage reduction, but how efficient would it really be against these two opponents, right? Because we would have to like randomly nether step in between. I hope to get like some damage reduction. Do we still have a fun Necromancer build? Yes, you have the Army of the Dead Necromancer that can clear up to pit 120 very easy. It can kill Torment 12 Mephisto. It is really, really good. And on top, it has a very fun, nifty gameplay loop that's not really hard to do, which I think is very important because strength, yes, aside. But if the gameplay loop for that strength is like rather convoluted and annoying, then that's not great, right? It's like kind of like, why even bother? That's how I feel. Oh, the butcher. Butcher at 120? No, I wasn't counting on that one. I guess I can trail them back and forth now. When the butcher just doesn't take like a single damage point. But I guess the testament to the tankiness, chat, that we're not dead. Right? Because I would have assumed that we're dead already for a while ago. Because we have like this lightning damage happening, right? And we have the lightning damage summoners. We have the dude trying to chain us the whole time. We have a couple of elites going on. I feel like I should have died already, but for some reason we're actually staying alive reasonably long. That's pretty nifty, don't lie. So that dungeon was complete, ladies and gentlemen. Whoop whoop. The bug was not fixed, but at least we got ourselves the, what is it called again? We got ourselves the pit finisher. Really enjoying the bard build, 7. You do need to have the resolve stacks and Glint's anvil, and then you're super tanky. That's it. Is tower opening today? Probably. Army of the Dead is really good. We're gonna craft a new weapon in a second. We're gonna try to craft a new weapon for more damage. Okay, Army of the Dead is really good. Oh, I need my Banished Lord's I only have one of these, okay, chat? Like, please bear with me. I only have one of these Banished Lord's Talismans, so it does have to wander with me from build to build. I can't just have it like anywhere else. So Army of the Dead. I haven't locked into this character. This is like my weakest character in terms of playtime, because we pretty much made the thing work, and then we just didn't like really bother about like playing much more. So my goal with this was hitting like high trillions. Okay, so he seems really low, really slow, as you can see, because he's just walking and it's not super fast walking. We get the resolve. We're gonna put 2 more points in here. Did we put Glint's Anvil on? Ah, shit, we don't have the Glint's Anvil chest. I need to take the Glint's Anvil chest from my... That's fine. I don't have to have the Glint's Anvil chest for now. It's fine. So usually I would take the Glint's Anvil chest there for my other character, because I think I have this transfigured already. A Glint's Anvil is an aspect that gives you more damage reduction per stack of resolve. So yeah, now let's put this on. So Army of the Dead Necro looks like this. You have Army of the Dead. We're gonna put on this helmet too. And we have the Sever to teleport around. So let's do a pit 110 just to show right now. So go with build is, for the people, you teleport around with Sever, which is really cool, right? Then you summon Army of the Dead, you send like your minions in, and then you just chill on the outside and just do Army of the Dead, Army of the Dead, Army of the Dead. And it does like trillions of damage. So it's like really nasty. While like making sure that you're just like super tanky, which you'll be with Glint's Anvil. And then you just absolutely like demolish here everything just with a summon of the Army of the Dead. And the only thing you have to look out for is for the stacks here, this stack, that reaches 20, because then it's top end damage, right? And then you just zoom through and pretty much teleport from enemy to enemy. Get your 20 stacks, teleport to the next enemy, Army of the Dead. The Army of the Dead hits like for double-digit trillions, and I think if you get it all the way up, there's even a world where it could be triple-digit trillions. So now we have 12 like stacks of overpower. That's our maximum boost for this build. And it's a very like laid-back gameplay loop compared to the other classes, right? You do have a damage max, so that's like a problem because you can't spam. So you gotta be aware of this, right? Where the ancients can like spam like crazy, I cannot spam. I can only summon like my Army of the Dead, and then I can have my Army of the Dead pretty much happening, right? So I just watch it unfold, but I cannot go out and like spam this as fast as possible because sadly, Blizzard is still unable to make Army of the Dead work in a nice way. So it's actually a coding mistake, because like if you stack Army of the Dead, it doesn't stack, right? So it resets itself. So I can't like put an Army of the Dead on top of an Army of the Dead to like have like these tons of ghosts summon that then hurt the enemy, which is actually how the skill should function basically, right? There a Necro build that cleans pit 150? No, sir. Oh, that's not true. I think there was one with Bloodlands combo. Okay, this would be Necro in a nutshell right now. It's super good in Torment 12. Again, it's also like kills Mephisto actually, because I wanted it to destroy Mephisto for me. And it destroys him very laid back because you're pretty much just standing as much as you want on the distance, right? As far away as humanly possible. And then you just nuke things. So this is like the laid back Necro. The other one would be like a Bloodwave Bloodlands spam Necro. What do you do in the end game? You try to get better gear to see bigger numbers, to then get better gear to see bigger numbers, to then get better gear to see bigger numbers, to then get better gear to see bigger numbers, to then get better gear to see bigger numbers. And then you flex on your friends. Or you don't. Or you play hardcore in your basement and never tell anyone that you're playing hardcore, but you're like, I'm a hardcore player. Right? Dentix, I'm not outdated. The Warlock build is a bug. I'm sorry for not, you know, promoting completely bugged builds that will get nerfed. We know that there's a Warlock build that breaks the game right now. And we also know why it is bugged, because there seems to be a weird thing with Paingorger gauntlets. A very weird interaction. So as you notice, like the build is quite tanky, and this is actually without Glenn's Anvil. So you're missing like 120% damage reduction. Yes, sounds like a lot, but that's what you're actually missing. So I hope this could endear you to the Necromancer. Doesn't compete with the Barbarian build, obviously. The Bard build, vastly stronger, no questions asked. Let's actually go to the boss, so we got this. Could you show the Druid too? Actually, the Druid got its Glenn's Anvil aspect already, if I'm not mistaken. I need to check it out. We can go over to the Druid and we can check. Should have gotten the Glenn's Anvil already. So let's get the boss quickly summoned. So this one wasn't like in danger of dying a single time. Right, absolute spacey, easy, cheesy zooming. Now we have the boss here, and we're gonna like send our souls in. As like the important part, your souls are stacking. See, there's like 1 trillion damage now with the souls. So your souls are stacking in damage against the target and doing like more damage against the target the more often he gets hit. And that was just it. See, my glyphs are all very low level. I don't even have them to 100 yet, right? There's so much growth for this build left. So double-digit trillions are rather easy. I think Lightning Storm Druid build. We do play Lightning Storm, but it's not Lightning Storm Druid. So Wayne, let's put this back in the box. This is my maximum life. We need the Banished Lord's Talisman. Okay, for the Druid, I need to lock onto the Barbarian first. Why would you need to lock onto the Barbarian for your Druid? That makes no sense. Well, bear with me, chat. I only have that many Heirs of Perdition, okay? Only have that many. Actually, I'm missing my chest. No. Oh no, where did I put that? That's my chest. So the chest has maximum resolve, but it has not Glenn's Anvil. So that's a problem. We have this one. Ah, that was the chest that we were playing. So that was my actual chest. So this was the Druid. Pit 120. Oh, I got 14 more Paragon points for this. Hold my horses, ladies and gentlemen. Because I can juice some more points into... Yeah, let's just put them in here, I guess. Okay. Good. So, now that we have this... Got the Earthen Bulwark. So step number 1 is trigger the Earthen Bulwark. Then everything is working. Then we're going to turn on our Lightning Storm, right? We're going to activate this one. And then we're going to just yell. And now we're going to be resolve stacking. And the damage just rolls in. Boom. That pack of mob just died. Oh, I forget to equip the Banished Lord's Talisman, didn't I? Oh my goodness. That's most of our damage. Sorry, Chad. I forget most of our damage because the whole thingy is that you need to have and we have the wrong helmet because this is the wrong. And then we need to swap the boon over. Good. Finally, everything correct. Pick up the stone. Activate my bulwark. Activate my lightning. So now we get a stack resolve, but as you see, resolve stacks relatively quick. Also, my cooldown of the Grizzly Rage is finally going down. Despite having lightning and boulders rotating, we're doing fine. Now that overpower is stacking up, we are also having the overpower multiplier multiplying, and we can see like trillions of damage coming in with our of the mountain. So like you do notice how my life bar is just not moving, right? We have boulders, we get that, and my life bar is not moving. It's like similar, interesting to play as the Barbarian is, in my opinion. Just a bit less stressed because I essentially just spam my right mouse button now, that's it. I don't do more. So I run around, like I hold down left mouse button and go right, and I just win. So if you compare this to the, oh, I need to pull things together, obviously. So if you compare this now officially to the Barbarian, vastly less stressed in terms of gameplay. I pull everything together again, have them nicely explode. Roar once in a while. It's like even with the lightning dudes, so usually I would now be scared because there's these lightning dudes, right? And even if they hit me, it wouldn't completely kill me. So I can finally just zoom, you know? I lost my stone. I need my stone. Give me my stone. See, Druid just gets so much tankier. It's beautiful. Yeah, I hope this could endear you for Druid. Super easy to gear out. There's also a companion Druid that's super fun. I mean, notice vastly stronger than the Necro, obviously. We're standing here inside this, and we didn't instantly die, right? All my other characters, including the Warlock, would have just instantly died here. Even the Barbarian might have actually struggled. The advantage of the Druid is that he just, like, really has more resolve stacks and them maxed out. I mean, I'm sitting at 53, and that's not even the max. I can get more. Right? That's like here, it's going to be like a 4-minute pit 120. You can go vastly higher. I mean, for Hoda Barb, you can also now play Lynn's Anvil. Put them together. Get the boss now quickly. Come on. Give me the boss. Where's the boss? There's the boss. And we're gonna spam in between our light attack a bit. See like how much damage he just took? Half of his HP just vanished, chat. Right? Because of just how everything works, what we're doing. That's it. Done. That's why I like Druid so much. It's just really very simple, easy to be played, strong. Like, see, I'm playing a glyph back here right now that is like I would usually play Earth and Sky, and I actually went over to Undaunted before Glenn's Anvil was working. So I can go back to Earth and Sky, and I can have even more damage right now. Barb can do pit 130. This is not about what pit you can do, sir. I'm not sure if that's easy for you to understand or not. This is not a penis comparison or anything. This is just how much fun and easy is a build to play. How easy it is to get strong. You know? How cool is a gameplay loop? These are never comparisons between classes. Because someone who wants to play Druid doesn't care how strong Barb is. Because why would you? Correct? Doesn't make sense. Just don't care of the strength level of a barb. Because you want to play a druid. Would have guessed. And the same goes vice versa. I mean, I'm not going to start playing barb because barb's strong when I hate barb. All anyone understands is pick clears. Farg, it is kind of that. You know, there's a part of the player base who really just looks at pick clears and doesn't actually consider the fun of playing. Stormslide is so missing, my friend. You brought up Barb struggling there, though. Ah, I see you didn't understand what I was saying. I said Barb, my Barb would have most likely died at that lightning accumulation of things. You know? Whereas the Druid just has more resolve stacks to be tankier. So I can see your confusion. You simply didn't understand and got offended for some reason. That's okay. That happens. Oh, one thing we can try out. I didn't do this in a while because like the boulder wasn't feeling tanky enough, okay? So we didn't go for Torment 12 Mephisto with the Boulder Druid since you have to stand right next to him and it really didn't feel tanky enough, right? So I do the damage, unquestionable, but it felt like right? I'm getting hurt, so that's kind of like terrible. So let's see how that feels now. Do this. Get the overpowers. We have our resolve stacks already. We activate the lightning. Get the Gritzy Reach on. This on. So we get the damage, right? We're feeling good about that. We're just eating him up. We're really eating him up. So that's it. That was phase number 1. How do you keep your spirit on your druid? Very simple, Rhodey. Lucky hit chance for spirit restoration. T-Bald's Will for bonus spirit regeneration when you become unstoppable. Bulwark casts over the Nagu rune to keep your Bulwark Nagu to keep your Bulwark consistently triggering. And then some spirit regeneration on gear too, I think. If I have spirit on gear, I'm not entirely sure if I had that. But that keeps you actually consistently up to just go spam. It's a multi-layered thing, but as you notice, I have it all up, right? It's obviously better when like I can hit someone, because then I can just get the most out of it. Let's see. No, that didn't hit me. Oh, he hit me with a beam and we didn't die. That's telling in itself, because usually getting hit by that beam would kill you, right? But we all know what that beam does to you. It just tears you limb by limb. So the Glint's Anvil was like this is absolute chef's kiss right now in terms of tankiness. Okay, we get him in the final phase. Yeah. Any high numbers but no crit? No, I'm not showing crits because the main damage is coming from your old mountain, okay? So we're petrifying the enemy. Then the damage that we do in the time where he's petrified is stacking up and going for like a mega boom, okay? So my boulders are actually doing hundreds of billions of crit damage. My lightning is doing hundreds of billions of crit damage. So one boulder partially does 500 billion per rotation. And then you have 5 boulders and they're like 500 billion, 500, 500, 500, 500, 500. And then boom, you do like this 10, 20, 30 trillion eruptions. And that's why the build actually can do so much damage, right? So the more shit you just got rotating around you, the better it just goes, and the more you can just be in like an absolute mini to Mephi here. That's where the big damage comes from. Oh, I wonder if I can like stand close enough to him to actually damage him. Haha, I'm faster. I'm faster. What you gonna do when they come for you, bad boys, bad boys? Woo! Sorry, had a moment there. Oh no, he stunned me. Sadness. Give me back my beer form. I got it. Mephisto wasn't having it. Like, he wasn't having the make fun of me phase. Okay, we get him stunned. Oh, that's a good try. I like it. I mean, like, see, we never really had a moment where it was like, oh no, we're gonna die, right? There was just never a moment where it was like, oh my god, like, see, and that's where like Glidden's Anvil comes in. That's where it's just like super good. This wasn't the most damaging try. You probably would have seen someone that did way more damage already, right? But it's just the mere act of, like, you can just do this on one butt cheek, right? And we still, like, look at my ring. Just for you to understand, this ring has no multiplier, no double multiplier, right? The amount of damage that we're missing for this. My gloves are only, well, they're actually decent, I guess. My weapon doesn't even have gem strength, yeah? So there's so much more power this can get. Oh my lord. That's the second mythic we have gotten from Mephisto, Chad. The second mythic, and it has been 2 times a chest piece. Wow. What's your favorite class and build you find the most enjoyable to play? This one. From all the builds I've made, this one here is easily my favorite one. Easily. Without a doubt. Sadly, Druid is just not very popular, which makes me unhappy because it's so cool. So if I wasn't, like, if Druid was more popular, I would only play this build and max it. But Druid is not more popular, so we do more things. I mean, today's basic idea was pretty much we wanted to get the good old Warlock to a point where he feels just safe and good to play. I think we found a version that I like to play. I just got to get used to the fact that I'm not going to push the pit with this one because it's just no fun to push the pit with the Apocalypse Warlock, right? For me. Again, for me personally, it's no fun to push the pit with the Apocalypse Warlock. But at least I found a version that I'm genuinely happy with, right? So this is a genuine good version that I like playing. Because I can just jump and bump through everything and be like an absolute menace. Breath of Fresh Air one always sees Whirlwind Barb. I think the Ancient Barb is going to become more popular soon. Yeah, the Armor of the Dead Necro was just love because of Armor of the Dead. The mere act of making builds work. So, like, I am a very simple person. I like to make builds work. And the most fun I've had making the Boulder Druid work, then the Armor of the Dead Necro, and now just recently the Ancient Barbarian. Because they were just fun to make work, right? For example, making this build work is not really hard. Like, just from the mere basics of it, it's a very simplistic build. That's not actually so deep, if that makes sense. That's where, like, from the, like, making it work perspective, it's wasn't as much fun as the others. Ancient's top pit or West Last Night has a lot to do with the shit the person has. So the top pit finisher right now, that the man has, like, his equipment is obnoxiously insane. There's a big what the fuck there. What that man has like put together gear wise. He again, he could probably play whatever skill he wants and still be number one. Full summon Warlock Necro is viable. Yes, if there weren't so many bugs. Like for Necro, definitely works, but it's extremely hands-off experience. Like despite having a minion command skill, the actual minion Warlock, minion Necro remains like quite a sad endeavor to play in my eyes. Did my nuke not go out? I'm saying I was a bit impatient there. Summon Echo that didn't have to hit anything. Yeah, that's still working. What do you have here, my friend? I don't think I get a single updated charm today. I mean, we get this one today, chat. There's only one single set this one works with. Okay. And that is Abaddon's Flash. Because while in demon form, quickly gain Infernal Hunger stacks. Killing enemies or hitting bosses converts Infernal Hunger stacks into demonic strength. Each grounding 2% more damage. Then you got demon form, gives you, increases your maximum life by 10. Each stack of demonic strength grants you additional life. Okay. And then lastly, you have demonic strength. Bonuses are increased by 150% and now persist after you leave demon form. That's okay. You don't actually need this, right? So you're perfect off to just take the first two bonuses together with a unique seal. And then probably add the Banished Lord's Talisman plus I don't know what to go like absolutely bonkers damage-wise. Maybe Banished Lords together with Seed of Horizon. That could be nice. Right? When you do the seal. Do we have to try that out now? Chat, do we have to try that out now? Where's my Tony's Grasp build? Where's my Tyrant's Grasp build? Tyrant's Grasp Warlock. Sadly, I don't have the Tyrant's Grasp Warlock here anymore. We get like Lunatic, Sentinel, APOC, Chains. I can kick the Chains probably out. Let's see. It should be relatively easy to pull through, so we're going to destroy all of this. Oh, 4 to Rampage. I need to keep that for harder times. Luckily, Pony has skill planners just waiting for him. I wonder if I can make that work. Let's see. Out of interest, so I can finally use my mythic seal, ladies and gentlemen. It's the only reason we're doing this right now. And I think the only reason is actually a good reason. Yep, actually good. So you know this Warlock build, right? It's the getting Hansi build, ladies and gentlemen. where you lay your hands on everyone. Tony's grasp. I forget more about this build than I ever knew. Grasp. Sigil of Chaos. Sigil of Chaos. Actually, I don't know if I need the Sigil of Chaos in this. We have to look into it. There might be a world where I don't have to play the Sigil of Chaos anymore. Yeah. You can play the Cremators. Oh, I need to find my item pieces for this. So we needed the gloves with the crushing aspect. I have gloves with crushing, unless I destroyed them. I used to have a pair of gloves. This one. Attack speed, crit damage, fire damage multiplier, willpower, critical strike damage. Yeah. Those were the ones. Then we have a chest armor of heavenly strength. This one. Which needs an Igni probably. The pants can stay. The pants with temerity. Druid Bulwark. This is Dark Prison, right? Yeah. The boots need Undying. I think those are the boots. The amulet was Old Death. Thank you for the subscription and support. Sorry, by the way, if I miss like a lot of your questions right now, but we're trying to quickly, you know, make this work. So apologies if I do miss something that you're asking currently. Could this be vulnerable damage over power stacks while fortified? Yeah. No, that wouldn't work. Shit, that wouldn't work. Because we have the crushing aspect here. But which amulet did we have for this build? Yeah, one with the Cremators aspect on, allegedly. Shit, I don't have it anymore. Or I use it on a different character. It's the summon damage one? I mean, I guess I can just equip this one here for the time being. Worst case scenario. I mean, it's about testing that the shit that I want to do works. So let's just do that. Any other aspect that I could play here right now? For random testing, I still want to roll the crit damage multiplier. I'm sorry, Chad. Yep, thank you. We get a conceded. Conceded. Because I'm gonna have a barrier at any given point. We conceded. We can keep the weapon, yeah. And the goal was to play the seal, get the Seat of Horizon technically. Where's the Banished Lords? Where's the Banished Lords? Where's the play? Where's the Banished? Where did I put that? And then we would take Abaddon's. Abaddon's is with 2D. Who would have guessed? with 3 to demonology skills, not hellfire. Actually, hellfire skills does work. Yeah. A fur, a lore, and a phoba. So 110 for now, just to get used to the build again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so this is the build, right? Oh shit, I forgot something, and it's called the hackathon. Shit! Out! Woo! Critical mistake incoming, ladies and gentlemen. Not only did we forget something important, we also did not swap over to the fragment here. Yep. And we forgot to pull on the hackathon. Oops. But I haven't changed my Paragon board, by the way. So that's that. But even with a not changed Paragon board, so turn on demon form, start being Hansi. Oh no, Anathema of Primes, I'm an idiot. We actually can play. Yeah. Oh, this is even better, Chad. I just remembered something. So the thing is that it's either Banished Lord's Talisman or Anathema of Primes for this build, right? Which means we could never play Banished Lord's Talisman, which means I can play Banished Lords and Anathema, not Seed of Horizon, because we actually found the perfect Anathema of Primes. We also, like, okay, so very important, Chad. So we found this one. No, I just remember something. I can play all 3! Chad, I can play all 3 because I found this weapon. I found this weapon. Chad, so the thing is that you need to understand that this is, my friends, the actual weapon that you would never take. So you would never play this weapon. Why? Because you don't get it with the multipliers on it. However, for some weird ass reason, I found this absolute monstrosity with like the greater affix to all the cool stuff. So you can actually play this monster, and then we can play the Seed of Horizon, and we can play the Anathema of Primes, and we can play the Cremator's aspect all the way over here. Oh shit! How do I write that? Crem. Cremator's. Yeah. How do you level your alts? I just play the game dark. I don't do any like method with the Tree of Whispers, caches, or whatsoever. I just actually play the game. So now finally this costs Wrath as it should. We're gonna get our overpower stacking. We probably still need to apply titles somewhere, right? We died. We shouldn't have died. So sad. It's a mythic seal with only 5 slots. Yes, it's a mythic seal with only 5 slots, and we're currently like I just wanted to see if it would have like any sense to be played in the Tiny Scraps build, because the Tiny Scraps build was like really insane for Torment 12, and it could even kill like Mephisto and everything, so it was like really fun. The only problem with the Tiny Scraps build is that it kills itself, right? So you actually would you have to fight constantly against killing yourself, because you're burning your own face off in the demon form, and that was like the biggest like upset that it had here. And you're pretty much like stacking these demon form stacks here, right? And you're turning them into damage. on hitting bosses or on killing enemies, right? So it's a real harsh balance between like a big damage race and it's like between damage race and dying, which is a fun part about the build that makes it all work. That's the only one where I could see that the double unique charm would actually work. Interestingly enough, we could also, instead of the Anathema of Primes, obviously, play the weapon, right? And then have the Anathema of Primes as a charm. So we could actually play Banished Lords and Anathema. And the good part about this is that it just gives you so much. The problem would be that we would have to play Tidal on our two-handed weapon for 8 more overpower stacks, which would give us insane damage. And then we would pretty much get the 60% damage multiplier from Anathema of Primes, plus then the 192% damage multiplier from this, which goes up to 250%, and that 250% would be equal to the full 5-set bonus. Correct? Yeah, that's roughly it. Because usually you would play the Seal of the Nameless together then with the 6er combo, and then you would play the Anathema of Primes here, and that would be like round about 260%. So now you could actually play the Banished Lords together with the Anathema. Yeah. The loot filter code is in the video about the loot filter. That's the video from yesterday. Okay? That has the loot filter code in there. Okay, that being said, chat, we sat down today. We made a version of the Apocalypse Warlock that is all about not dying. So being super fast and having a good time. So pretty much a speed Apocalypse Warlock. And I gotta say, it works plenty good. I'm having super good time with it. We could even do the damage reduction here instead of the double additional charge. So that worked out like a charm. Can easily clear 120 in like 2 minutes. I think that's important, right? Who doesn't want to clear 120 in 2 minutes? So big shout out to that. We'll definitely put a version for this out for you. I'm gonna like tinker a bit more tonight and tomorrow about this. But I think it's time for me to say goodnight because it's already actually my sleeping time, right? Almost. Therefore, I'll be back tomorrow. It's gonna be a long, fun stream. Sorry if I missed any of your questions. Do not fret to put that in the YouTube videos. I'm reading those comments as I eat my food in a bit. So I'm having an eye on that. Shout out to you for coming, playing, hanging out, hopefully having a good evening. It was a pleasure to show you the Apocalypse Warlock. I'm not sure what we're doing tomorrow. If it's more Warlock, more Barb, if it's going to be a new build. We will definitely not make a Command Fallen, Lunatic, broken build because that's just bullshit and it's bugged and we don't really want to promote it. Okay? Therefore, take care. Have a good evening, and hope to see you all tomorrow again.